when you start to do the really deep inner work, a small army of people will grow up around you to protect you. If you start to look for this, you will notice it happening. They recognize, maybe not consciously, but in an almost primal way, the importance of what you are doing when you dive down to the underworld to retrieve the antidote for your snake bite. They have the same snake bite, so they need you to be safe on your journey and will have your back. Even when you're not in the room, they will stick up for you. Even antagonists or detractors are allies in disguise because they are helping to draw forth any unconscious material that needs to be released in order for you to grow and evolve. You have no enemies. Remember that Tom Petty song, Wildflowers? There's a line in there, you deserve the deepest of cover. That's true of you, and it's already starting to happen. I love you.
I will fight.
Begin by simply listening. Slow down. From the top. By simply listening, slow down. See just how peaceful today can be. Greetings, children. I am your obedient servant, Sebastian St. Seraphine, Spooky Falls. You're killing these falls. You can always call me Bennet. Getting started today with Zen Theater Live After Dark Ouija Shuffle pretty much gives me permission to not be super structured. But, I might not stick with anything for too long. But we're getting started with Jennifer Ehle, who read for free Pride and Prejudice. She's like the star of the British version. Anyway, you'll see. First, we have to find our chill state, and I need to fix that echo.
A beginning is a very delicate time. Know then that it is the year 10,191. The known universe is ruled by the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV, my father. In this time, the most precious substance in the universe is the spice melange. The spice extends life.
Oh no, not
The
again.
spice
Okay,
expands
well,
consciousness.
No, you're good. Hang on.
The spice is vital to space travel.
I have the window all ready to go. It's the output
The
window.
spice has
Oh, I just have to open it up.
mutated over 4,000 years.
Okay, there we go.
Use the orange spice gas, which gives them the ability to fold space.
It's ironic because we said we were finding our Zen and we're doing the Dune speech, and then the phone started ringing at max volume. But I had it all set up and ready to go. It's called the Pam Cam. And
So I'm not going to be on it. I gotta go do some things.
Oh.
But I was trying to get in touch with you. I guess you're not coming over today?
With vast deserts.
probably not.
Okay. All right. I just needed to know. It's nice to be able to work my day out. I'm gonna go run my errands then.
Held a prophecy
Bye.
that a man would come, a Messiah, who would lead them to true freedom. The planet is Arrakis, also known as June.
Oh no. That was the least Zen Dune thing ever. But I have another idea for how to recover from that in a Zen way. Hang on. We're going to take Dune to the next step up. If I can remember the title. It was Orson Welles' 39 Steps Zen Theater. Can you see this? Oh, now we're gonna get copyright. You don't need the music. Here, OC Remix. If there's anything I know about, those anime intros.
delicate time. Know then that it is the year 10,191. The known universe is ruled by the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV, my father. In this time, the most precious substance in the universe is the spice melange. The spice...
Whatever sacrifices are necessary.
Costs us the colony.
Viola. Axe and I will secure target Alpha after we enter through the colony shaft. You go in through the skylight with Slash and Night Ray. After that, you will confirm target Bravo is secured.
Roger.
Viola,
Yes, sir.
don't let your personal feelings intrude. Over and out.
It's time to play.
A beginning is a very delicate time. Know then that it is the year 10,191. The known universe is ruled by the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV, my father. In this time, the most precious substance in the universe is the spice melange. The spice extends life. The spice expands consciousness. The spice is vital to space travel. The Spacing Guild and its navigators, who the spice has mutated over 4,000 years, use the orange spice gas, which gives them the ability to fold space. That is, travel to any part of the universe without moving. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you. The spice exists on only one planet in the entire universe. A desolate, dry planet with vast deserts. Hidden away within the rocks of these deserts are a people known as the Fremen, who have long held a prophecy that a man would come, a Messiah, who would lead them to true freedom. The planet is Arrakis, also known as June.
Oh no, I knew this song was gonna take me down somehow. What if we go like this? Put that there.
We have a party to plan, so we have to invite people to come first. So send out your invitations with me. Invitation is the word.
Okay, and then I go to this one. Begin by simply listening, slow down, and see just how peaceful today can be. Thank you so much for being here. Today, instead of the June intro, I was going to do, you'll see. And then you go to, this one. Alexa, knock knock.
Knock knock. Who's there? Banana. Banana who? Banana down from Banana people. Banana. Banana. Come and go. You come and go. Oh, oh, oh.
Oh, and just so you know, this, listening, slow down, and see just how peaceful it is.
Between oat milk and almond milk, which should I drink?
Neither. This is a protein drink. You've got almond butter. Almonds have a peel that's a lectin-containing food. You've got pea protein. Oops, peas are one of the worst combinations of lectin-containing foods. And you've got What else? Cinnamon. Oh, thank goodness. There's something good in here after all. Stay away from this. Read the label.
You probably notice there's a lot of alternatives to milk, often plant-based, but beware. Just because it came from a plant doesn't mean it's good for you. Oat milk is just plain bad for you. The protein in oats acts exactly like gluten. Look, my daughter is a horse woman. She tells me the only purpose of eating oats is to fatten horses. Oats have no place in the human diet. Here's the problem with almond milk. Most almond milk.
Good luck. Have fun.
Chapter 1. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. However little known the feelings or views of such a man may be on his first entering a neighborhood, this truth is so well fixed in the minds of the surrounding families that he is considered the rightful property of some one or other of their daughters. "My dear Mr. Bennet," said his lady to him one day, "have you heard that Netherfield Park is let at last?" Mr. Bennet replied that he had not. "But it is," replied she, "for Mrs. Long has just been there, and she told me all about it." Mr. Bennet made no answer. "Do you not want to know who has taken it?" cried his wife impatiently. "You want to tell me, and I have no objection to hearing it." This was invitation enough. "Why, my dear, you must know. Mrs. Long says that Netherfield is taken by a young man of large fortune from the north of England, that he came down on Monday in a chaise and four to see the place, and was so much delighted with it that he agreed with Mr. Morris immediately that he is to take possession before Michaelmas, and some of his servants are to be in the house by the end of next week." "What is his name?" "Bingley." "Is he married or single?" "Oh, single, my dear, to be sure. A single man of large fortune, 4,000 or 5,000 a year. What a fine thing for our girls." "How so? How can it affect them?" "My dear Mr. Bennet," replied his wife, "how can you be so tiresome? You must know that I'm thinking of his marrying her. Is that his design in settling here?" "Design? Nonsense! How can you talk so? But it is very likely that he may fall in love with one of them, and therefore you must visit him as soon as he comes." "I see no occasion for that. You and the girls may go, or you may send them by themselves, which perhaps would be still better. For as you are as handsome as any of them, Mr. Bingley may like you the best of the party."
Every week Orson Welles invites our
"Dear, you flatter me. I certainly have had my share of beauty, but I do not pretend to be anything extraordinary now. When a woman has 5 grown-up daughters, she ought to give over thinking of her own beauty. In such cases, a woman has not often much beauty to think of. But, my dear, you must go and see Mr. Bingley when he comes into the neighborhood. It is more than I engage for, I assure you. But consider your daughters. Only think what an establishment it would be for one of them. Sir William and Lady Lucas are determined to go, merely on that account, for in general, you know, they visit no newcomers. Indeed, you must go, for it would be impossible for us to visit him if you do not. You are over-scrupulous, surely. I dare say Mr. Bingley will be very glad to see you, and I will send a few lines by you to assure him of my hearty consent to his marrying whichever he chooses of the girls. Though I must throw in a good word for my little Lizzie.
"I regard my business," he says.
"I desire you would do no such thing. Lizzie is not a bit better than the others, and I am sure she is not half so handsome as Jane, nor half so good-humoured as Lily. You are always giving her the preference." "They have none of them much to recommend them," replied he. "They're all silly and ignorant like other girls, but Lizzie has something more of a quickness than her sisters." "Mr. Bennet, how can you abuse your own children in such a way? You take delight in vexing me. You have no compassion for my poor nerves." "You mistake me, my dear. I have a high respect for your nerves. They are my old friends. I have heard you mention them with consideration these last 20 years at least. Oh, you do not know what I suffer. But I hope you will get over it and live to see many young men of 4,000 a year come into the neighborhood. It will be no use to us if 20 such should come, since you will not visit them. Depend upon it, my dear, that when there are 20, I will visit them all. Mr. Bennet was so odd a mixture of quick parts, sarcastic humor, reserve, and caprice, that the experience of 23 years had been insufficient to make his wife understand his character. Her mind was less difficult to develop. She was a woman of mean understanding, little information, and uncertain temper. When she was discontented, she fancied herself nervous. The business of her life was to get her daughters married. Its solace was visiting and news. Chapter 2. Mr. Bennet was among... Sorry.
Honey, wake up. Wake up, it's Marmaduke. What old Marmaduke? Marmaduke, really. Wake up.
Mr. Bennet was among the earliest of those who waited on Mr. Bingley. He had always intended to visit him. Years had been insufficient to make his wife understand his character. Her mind was less difficult to develop. She was a woman of mean understanding, little information, and uncertain temper. When she was discontented, she fancied herself nervous. The business of her life was to get her daughters married. Its solace was visiting and news. Chapter 2. Mr. Bennet was among... Wrong continent. Mr. Bennet was among the earliest of those who waited on Mr. Bingley. He had always intended to visit him, though to the last always assuring his wife that he should not go. Until the evening after the visit was paid, she had no knowledge of it. It was then disclosed in the following manner. Observing his second daughter employed in trimming a hat, he suddenly addressed her with, I hope Mr. Bingley will like it, Lizzie. We are not in a way to know what Mr. Bingley likes, said her mother resentfully, since we are not to visit. But you forget, Mamma, said Elizabeth, that we shall meet him at the assemblies, and that Mrs. Long promised to introduce him. I do not believe Mrs. Long will do any such thing. She has 2 nieces of her own. She is a selfish, hypocritical woman, and I have no opinion of her. No more have I, said Mr. Bennet, and I am glad to find that you do not depend on her serving you. Mrs. Bennet deigned not to make any reply, but unable to contain herself, began scolding one of her daughters. Don't keep coughing so, Kitty, for heaven's sake. Have a little compassion on your nose. You tear them to pieces. Kitty has no discretion in her coughs, said her father. She times them ill. I do not cough for my own amusement, replied Kitty fretfully. When is your next ball to be, Lizzie? Tomorrow fortnight. Ah, so it is, cried her mother. And Mrs. Long does not come back till the day before, so it will be impossible for her to introduce him, for she will not know him herself. Then, my dear, you may have the advantage of your friend and introduce Mr. Bingley to her. Impossible, Mr. Bennet, impossible. When I'm not acquainted with him myself, how can you be so teasing? I honour your circumspection. A fortnight's acquaintance is certainly very little. One cannot know what a man really is by the end of a fortnight. But if we do not venture, somebody else will, and after all, Mrs. Long and her daughters must stand their chance, and therefore, as she will think it an act of kindness, if you decline the office, I will take it on myself. The girls stared at their father. Mrs. Bennet said only nonsense. Nonsense. Can be the meaning of that emphatic explanation, cried he. Do you consider the forms of introduction and the stress that is laid on them as nonsense? I cannot quite agree with you there. What say you, Mary? What say you, Mary? For you are a young lady of deep reflection, I know, and read great books and make extracts. Mary wished to say something sensible, but knew not how. While Mary is adjusting her ideas, he continued, let us return to Mr. Bingley. I am sick of Mr. Bingley, cried his wife. I am sorry to hear that. But what did you not tell me that before? If I had known as much this morning, I certainly would not have called on him. It is very unlucky, but as I have actually paid the visit, we cannot escape the acquaintance now. The astonishment of the ladies was just what you wished. That of Mrs. Bennet perhaps surpassing the rest, though. Perhaps surpassing the rest. Though, when the first tumult of joy was over, she began to declare that it was what she had expected all the while. How good it was in you, my dear Mr. Bennet. But I knew I should persuade you at last. I was sure you loved your girls too well to neglect such an acquaintance. Well, how pleased I am. And it is such a good joke, too, that you should have gone this morning and never said a word about it till now. Now, Kitty, you may cough as much as you choose, said Mr. Bennet. And as he spoke, he left the room, fatigued with the raptures of his wife. What an excellent father you have, girls, said she when the door was shut. I do not know how you will ever make him... What? I do not know how you will ever make him amends for his kindness, or me either, for that matter. At our time of life, it is not so pleasant, I can tell you, to be making new acquaintances every day. But for your sakes, we would do anything. Lydia, my love, though you are the youngest, I dare say Mr. Bingley will dance with you at the next ball. Oh, said Lydia stoutly. I am not afraid, for though I am the youngest, I will talk. The rest of the evening was spent in conjecturing how soon he would return Mr. Bennet's visit, and determining when they should ask him. Do we want another one, or are we done? What do you think? Let me know. Maybe we'll take a break, and then I'll do some more things. You guys, quarantine, where do I end this thing? I seem to be very self-focused. I don't know why I'm so self-focused. That's better. Hello. That was so blurry. The headset. Alright, chapter 3. Not all but Mrs. Bennet, however, with the assistance of her 5 daughters, could ask on the subject was sufficient to draw from her husband any satisfactory description of Mr. Bingley. They attacked him in various ways, with bare-faced questions, ingenious suppositions, and distant surmises, but he eluded the skill of them all, and they were at last obliged to accept the second-hand intelligence of their neighbour, Lady Lucas. Her report was highly favourable. Sir William had been delighted with him. He was quite young, wonderfully handsome, extremely agreeable, and to crown the whole, he meant to be at the next assembly with a large party. Nothing could be more delightful. to be fond of dancing a certain step towards falling in love, and very lively hopes of Mr. Bingley's heart were entertained. "If I can but see one of my daughters happily settled in Netherfield," said Mrs. Bennet to her husband, "and all the others equally well married, I shall have nothing to wish for." In a few days, Mr. Bingley returned Mr. Bennet's visit and sat about 10 minutes with him in his library. He had entertained hopes of being admitted to a sight of the young ladies, of whose beauty he had heard much, but he saw only the father. The ladies seemed more fortunate, for they had the advantage of ascertaining from the upper window that he wore a blue coat and rode a black horse. An invitation to dinner was soon afterwards dispatched, and already had Mrs. Bennet planned the courses that were to do credit to her housekeeping, when an answer arrived which deferred it all. Mr. Bingley was obliged to be in town the following day, and consequently unable to accept the honour of their invitation, etc. Mrs. Bennet was quite disconcerted. She could not imagine what business he could have in town so soon after his arrival into Hertfordshire, and she began to fear that he might be always flying about from one place to another, and never settled at Netherfield as he ought to be. Lady Luce quieted her fears a little by starting the idea of his being gone to London only to get a large party at the ball.
No.
And a report soon followed that Mr. Bingley was to bring 12 ladies and 7 gentlemen with him to the assembly. The girls grieved over such
Oh, just kill me now.
but were comforted the day before the ball by hearing that instead of 12, he brought only 6 with him. His 5 sisters and a cousin. And when the party entered the assembly room, it consisted of only 5 altogether. Mr. Bingley, his 2 sisters, the husband of the eldest, and another young man. Mr. Bingley was good-looking and gentlemanlike. He had a pleasant countenance and easy, unaffected manners. His sisters were fine women with an air of decided fashion. His brother-in-law, Mr. Hurst, merely looked the gentleman. But his friend, Mr. Darcy, soon drew the attention of the room by his fine, tall person and handsome features, noble mien, and the report, which was in general circulated within 5 minutes of his entrance, of his having 10,000 a year. The gentleman pronounced him to be a fine figure of a man. The ladies declared he was much handsomer than Mr. Bingley, and he was looked at with great admiration for about half the evening, till his manners gave a disgust which turned the tide of his popularity, for he was discovered to be crabbed, to be above his company, and above being pleased, and not all his large estate in Derbyshire could then save him from having a most forbidding, disagreeable countenance, and being unworthy to be compared with his friend. Mr. Bingley had soon made himself acquainted with all the principal people in the room. He was lively and unreserved, danced every dance, was angry that the ball closed so early, and talked of giving one himself at Netherfield. Such amiable qualities must speak for themselves. What a contrast between him and his friend. Mr. Darcy danced only once with Mrs. Hurst, and once with Miss Bingley, declined being introduced to any other lady, and spent the rest of the evening in walking about the room, speaking occasionally to one of his own party. His character was decided. He was the proudest, most disagreeable man in the world, and everybody hoped that he would never come there again. Amongst the most violent against him was Mrs. Bennet, whose dislike of his general behaviour was sharpened into particular resentment by his having slighted one of her daughters. Elizabeth Bennet had been obliged by the scarcity of gentlemen to sit down for 2 dances, and during part of that time Mr. Darcy had been standing near enough for he had heard to hear a conversation between him and Mr. Bingley, who came from the dance for a few minutes to press his friend to join him. "Come, Darcy," he said, "I must have you dance. I hate to see you standing about by yourself in this stupid manner. You had much better dance." "I certainly shall not. You know how I detest it, unless I am particularly acquainted with my partner. At such an assembly as this, it would be insupportable." Your sisters are engaged, and there is not another woman in the room whom it would not be a punishment to me to stand up with. I would not be so fastidious as you are, cried Mr. Bingley, for a kingdom. Upon my honour, I never met with so many pleasant girls in my life as I have this evening, and there are
Darn you, Harley Quinn.
You are dancing with the only handsome girl in the room, said Mr. Darcy, looking at the eldest.
We begin by simply listening. Slow down. See just how peaceful today can be. I'm going to have to redo that because I can do better.
There is one of the sisters sitting down just behind you who is very pretty, and I dare say very agreeable. Do let me ask my partner to introduce you. Which do you mean? And turning round, he looked for a moment at Elizabeth, till catching her eye, he withdrew his own and boldly said, "She is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me. I am in no humour at present to give consequence to young ladies who are slighted by other men. You had better return to your partner and enjoy her smiles, for you are wasting your time with me." Mr. Bingley followed his advice. Mr. Darcy walked off, and Elizabeth remained with no very cordial feelings toward him. She told the story, however, with great spirit among her friends, for she had a lively, playful disposition, which delighted in anything ridiculous. The evening altogether passed off pleasantly to the whole family. Mrs. Bennet had seen her eldest daughter much admired by the Netherfield party. Mr. Bingley had danced with her twice, and she had been distinguished by his sisters. Jane was as much gratified by this as her mother could be, though in a quieter way. Elizabeth felt Jane's pleasure. Mary had heard herself mentioned to Miss Bingley as the most accomplished girl in the neighbourhood, and Catherine and Lydia had been fortunate enough never to be without partners, which was all that they had yet learnt to care for when born. They returned, therefore, in good spirits to Longbourn, the village where they lived, and of which they were the principal inhabitants. They found Mr. Bennet still up, with a book. He was regardless of time, and on the present occasion he had a good deal of curiosity as to the event of the evening which had raised such splendid expectations. He had rather hoped that his wife's views on the stranger would be disappointed, but he soon found out that he had a different story to hear. "Oh, my dear Mr. Bennet," as she entered the room, "we have had a most delightful evening, a most excellent ball. I wish we had been there. Jane was so admired, nothing could be like her. Everybody said how well she looked, and Mr. Bingley thought her quite beautiful and danced with her twice. Only think of that, my dear. He actually danced with her twice. And she was the only creature in the room that he asked the second time. First of all, he asked Miss Lucas. I was so vexed to see him stand up there. But however, he did not admire her at all. Indeed, nobody can, you know. And he seemed quite struck with Jane as she was going down the dance. So he inquired who she was and got introduced and asked her for the two next. Then the 2/3 he danced with his king, and the 2/4 with Maria Lucas, and the 2/5 with Jane again, and the 2/6 with Lizzie, and the Bollinger. Oh, if he had had any compassion for me, cried her husband impatiently, he would not have danced half so much. For God's sake, so no more of his partners. Oh, that he had sprained his ankle in the first dance. Oh, my dear, I am quite delighted with him. He is so excessively handsome. And his sisters are charming women. I never in my life saw anything more elegant than dresses. I dare say the lace on Mrs. Hurst's gown. Here she was interrupted again. Mr. Bennet protested any description of finery. She was therefore obliged to seek another branch of the subject, and related with much bitterness of spirit and some exaggeration the shocking rudeness of Mr. Darcy. But I can assure you, she added, that Lizzie does not lose much by not suiting his fancy, for he is a most disagreeable, horrid man, not at all worth pleasing. So high and so conceited that there was no enduring him. He walked here, he walked there, fancying himself so very great, not handsome enough to dance with. I wish you had been there, my dear, to have given him one of your set downs. I quite detest the man. Chapter 4. When Jane and Elizabeth were alone, the former, who had been cautious in her praise of Mr. Bingley before, expressed to her sister just how very much she admired him. "He is just what a young man ought to be," said she. "Sensible, good-humoured, lively, and I never saw such happy manners, so much ease, and such perfect good breeding." "He's also handsome," replied Elizabeth, "which a young man ought likewise to be if he possibly can. His character is thereby complete. I was very much flattered by his asking me to dance a second time. I did not expect such a compliment." "Did you not? I'm just going to end it for a minute. I'll be back." Oh, sorry about that. Where am I? I was very much flattered by his asking me to dance a second time. I did not expect such a compliment. Did you not? I did for you. But that is one great difference between us. Compliments always take you by surprise, and we never. What could be more natural than his asking you again? He could not help seeing that you were about 5 times as pretty as every other woman. No thanks to his gallantry for that. Well, he certainly is very agreeable. I give you leave to like him. You've liked many a stupider person. Dear Lizzie. Oh, you are a great deal too apt, you know, to like people in general. You never see a fault in anybody. All the world are good and agreeable in your eyes. I never heard you speak ill of a human being in your life. I would not wish to be hasty in censoring anyone, but I always speak what I think. I know you do, and it is that which is the wonder. With your good sense, to be so honestly blind to the follies and nonsense of others. Affection of candour is common enough. Affectation of candour is common enough. One meets with it everywhere. But to be candid without ostentation or design, to take the good of everybody's character and make it still better, and say nothing of the bad, belongs to you alone. And so you like this man's sisters, too? Their manners are not equal to his. Well, certainly not, at first. But they are very pleasing women when you converse with them. Miss Bingley is to live with her brother and keep his house, and I am much mistaken if we shall not find a very charming neighbour in her. Elizabeth listened in silence, but was not convinced. Their behaviour at the assembly had not been calculated to please in general, and with more quickness of observation and less pliancy of temper than her sister, and with a judgment too unassailed by any attention to herself, she was very little disposed to approve them. They were, in fact, very fine companies, not deficient in good humour when they were pleased, nor in the power of making themselves agreeable when they chose it, but proud and conceited. They were rather handsome, had been educated in one of the first private seminaries in town, had a fortune of £20,000, were in the habit of spending more than they ought, and of associating with people of rank, and were therefore in every respect entitled to think well of themselves, and meanly of others. They were of a respectable family in the north of England, a circumstance more deeply impressed on their memories than that their brother's fortune and their own had been acquired by trade. Mr. Bingley inherited property to the amount of nearly £100,000 from his father, who had intended to purchase an estate, but did not live to do it. Mr. Bingley intended it likewise, and sometimes made choice of his county, but as he was now provided with a good house and the liberty of a manor, and it was doubtful to many of those who best knew the easiness of his temper, whether he might not spend the remainder of his days at Leatherhead and leave the next generation to purchase.
Are you tired, Batman?
His sisters were anxious for his having an estate of his own, but though he was now only established as a tenant, Miss Bingley was by no means unwilling to preside at his table, nor was Mrs. Hurst, who had married a man of more fashionable fortune, less disposed to consider his house as her home when it suited her. Mr. Bingley had not been of age 2 years when he was tempted by an accidental recommendation to look at Netherfield House, He did look at it, and into it for half an hour, was pleased with the situation in the principal rooms, satisfied with what the owner said in its praise, and took it immediately.
No more
Between
shooting.
him and Darcy, there was a very steady friendship, in spite of great opposition of character. Bingley was endeared to Darcy by the easiness, openness, and ductility of his temper, though no disposition could offer a greater contrast to his own, and though with his own he never appeared dissatisfied. On the strength of Darcy's regard, Bingley had the firmest reliance, and of his judgment the highest opinion. In understanding, Darcy was the superior. Bingley was by no means deficient, but Darcy was clever. He was at the same time haughty, reserved, and fastidious, but his manners, though well-bred, were not inviting. In that respect, his friend had greatly the advantage. Bingley was sure of being liked wherever he appeared. Darcy was continually giving hints. The manner in which they spoke of the Meryton Assembly was sufficiently characteristic. Bingley had never met with more pleasant people or prettier girls in his life. Everybody had been most kind and attentive to him. There had been no formality, no stiffness. He had soon felt acquainted with all the room, and as for Miss Bennet, he could not conceive an angel more beautiful. Darcy, on the contrary, had seen a collection of people in whom there was little beauty and no fashion, for none of whom he had felt the smallest interest, and from none received either attention or pleasure. Miss Bennet he acknowledged to be pretty, but she smiled too much. Mrs. Hurst and her sister allowed it to be so. But still they admired her, liked her, and pronounced her to be a sweet girl, and one whom they would not object to know more of. Miss Bennet was therefore established as a sweet girl, and their brother felt authorized by such accommodation to think of her as he chose. Chapter 5. Within a short walk of Longbourn lived a family with whom the Bennets were particularly intimate. Sir William Lucas had been formerly in trade in Meryton, where he had made a tolerable fortune, and risen to the honour of knighthood by an address to the king during his mayoralty. I like this word? Mayoralty. During his mayoralty. The distinction had perhaps been too strong. It had given him a disgust to his business and to his residence in a small market town, and in quitting them both he had removed with his family to a house about a mile from Meryton, denominated from that period Lucas Lodge, where he could think with pleasure of his own importance, and unshackled by business, occupy himself solely in being civil to all the world.
Slow down.
For, though elated by his rank, it did not render him supercilious. On the contrary, he was all attention to everybody. By nature inoffensive, friendly, and obliging, his presentation at St. James's had made him courteous. Lady Lucas was a very good kind of woman, not too clever to be a valuable neighbour to Mrs. Bennet. They had several children. The eldest of them, a sensible, intelligent young woman, about 27, was Elizabeth's intimate friend. That the Miss Lucases and the Miss Bennets should meet to talk over a ball, was absolutely necessary, and the morning after the assembly brought the former to Longbourn to hear and to communicate. You began the evening well, Charlotte, said Mrs. Bennet with civil self-command to Miss Lucas. You were Mr. Bingley's first choice. Yes, but he seemed to like his second.
We begin by
better.
simply listening.
Oh, you mean
Slow
Jane,
down.
I suppose, because he danced with her
And
twice?
see just how
To
peaceful
be sure,
today
that
can
did
be.
seem as if he admired her. Indeed, I rather believe he did. I heard something about it, but I hardly know what. Something about Mr. Robinson. Perhaps you mean what I overheard between him and Mr.
The
Robinson.
city's evil leader, he has spread poisonous nerve
Mr.
gas
Robinson
all over
asked me
town and has terrorized the population.
assemblies, and whether he did not think there were
Shrewd
rape
photojournalist
and
tracking the poison gas mystery is endangered many times, but rescued each time by a mysterious figure.
Oh, eldest Miss Bennet, beyond a doubt. There cannot be two
Who calls him as the murderer of his parents many years ago.
Upon my word, well, that is very decided indeed. That does seem as if, but they all come to nothing, you know. My overhearings were more to the purpose than yours, Eliza, said Charlotte. Mr. Darcy is not so well worth listening to as his friend, is he? Poor Eliza, to be only just tolerable. I fear you would not put it into Mrs. to be vexed by his ill treatment, for he is such a disagreeable man that it would be quite a misfortune to be liked by him. Mrs. Long told me last night that he sat close to her for half an hour without once opening his lips. Are you quite sure, Ma'am? Is not there a little mistake? Said Jane. I certainly saw Mr. Darcy speaking to him. I, because she asked him at last how he liked Netherfield, and he could not help answering her. But she said he seemed quite angry in his tone. Miss Bingley told me, said Jane, that he never speaks much unless among his intimate acquaintances. With them he is remarkably agreeable. I would not believe a word of it, my dear. If he had been so very agreeable, he would have talked to Mrs. Long. But I can guess how it was. Everybody says that he is et out with pride, and I dare say he had heard somehow that Mrs. Long does not keep a carriage and can come to the ball in a hack-chaise. I do not mind his not talking to Mrs. Long, said Miss Lucas, but I wish he had danced with Eliza. Another time, Lizzie, said the mother. I would not dance with him if I were you. I believe him. I may safely promise you never to dance with him. His pride, said Miss Lucas, does not offend me so much as pride often does, because there is an excuse for it. One cannot wonder that so very fine a young man with family, fortune, everything in his favour should think so highly of himself. If I may so express it, he has a right to be proud. That is very true, replied Elizabeth. And I could easily forgive him his pride, if he had not mortified mine. Pride, observed Mary, who piqued herself upon the solidity of her reflections, is a very common failing. By all that I have ever read, I am convinced that it is very common indeed, that human nature is particularly prone to it, and that there are very few of us who do not cherish a feeling of self-complacency on the score of some quality or other, real or imaginary. Vanity and pride are different things, though the words are often used synonymously. A person may be proud without being vain. Pride relates more to an opinion of ourselves, vanity to what we would have others think of us. If I were as rich as Mr. Darcy, cried a young Lucas who came with his sisters, I should not care how proud I was. I would keep a pack of foxhounds and drink a bottle of wine a day. Then you would drink a great deal more than you ought, said Mrs. Bennet, and if I were to see you at it, I should take away your bottle directly. The boy protested that she should not. She continued to declare that she would, and the argument ended over with the visit. Chapter 6. The ladies of Longbourn soon waited upon the house of Netherfield. The visit was soon returned in due form. Miss Bennet's pleasing manners grew the goodwill of Mrs. Austen and Miss Bingley, and though the mother was found to be intolerable and the younger sisters not worth speaking to, the wish of being better acquainted with them was expressed towards the two eldest. By Jane, this attention was received with the greatest pleasure, but Elizabeth saw superciliousness in their treatment of everybody, hardly excepting even her sister, and could not like them. Though their kindness to Jane, such as it was, had a value as arising in all probability from the influence of their brother's affection. Admiration, brother's admiration. It was generally evident whenever they met that he did admire her, and to her it was equally evident that Jane was yielding to the preference which he had begun to entertain for him from her, and was in a way to be very much in love. But she considered with pleasure that it was not directly to be discovered by the world in general, since Jane united with great strength of feeling, of composure, of temper and of uniform cheerfulness of manner which would guard her from the suspicions of the impertinent. She mentioned this to her friend, Miss Lucas. "It may perhaps be pleasant," replied Charlotte, "to be able to impose on the public in such a case, but it is sometimes a disadvantage to be so very guarded. If a woman conceals her affection with the same skill from the object of it, she may lose the opportunity of fixing you, and it would then be but poor consolation to believe the world equally in the dark. There is so much of gratitude or vanity in almost every attachment that it is not safe to leave any to itself. We can all begin freely with a slight preference is natural enough, but there are very few of us who have heart enough to really be really in love without encouragement. In 9 cases out of 10, a woman had better show more affection than she feels. Bingley likes your sister undoubtedly, but he may never do more than like her if she does not help him along. Help him on. But she does help him on as much as her nature will allow. If I can perceive her regard for him, he must be a simpleton indeed not to discover it too. Remember, Eliza, that he does not know Jane's disposition as you do. But if a woman is partial to a man and does not endeavor to conceal it, he must find it out. Perhaps not, if he sees enough of her. But though Bingley and Jane meet tolerably often, it is never for many hours together, and as they always see each other in large mixed parties, it is impossible that every moment should be employed in conversing together. Jane should therefore make the most of every half hour in which she can command his attention. When she is secure of him, there will be more leisure for falling in love as much as she chooses. Your plan is a good one, replied Elizabeth, where nothing is in question but the desire of being well married. But if I were determined to get a rich husband, or any husband... your plan is a good one, replied Elizabeth, where nothing is in question but the desire... I will get this right. Your plan is a good one, replied Elizabeth, where nothing is in question but the desire of being well married. And if I were determined to get a rich husband, or any husband, I dare say I should adopt him. But these are not Jane's feelings. She is not acting by design. As yet, she cannot even be certain of the degree of her own regard, nor of its reasonableness. She has known him only a fortnight. She danced four dances with him at Meryton. She saw him one morning at his own house, and has since dined with him in company 4 times. This is not quite enough to make her understand his character. But not as you represent him. Had she merely dined with him, she might only have discovered whether he had a good appetite. For you must remember that 4 evenings have also been spent together, and 4 evenings may do a great deal. Yes, those 4 evenings have enabled them to ascertain that they both like manner better than commerce. But with respect to any other leading characteristic, I do not imagine that much has been unfolded. Well, said Charlotte, I wish Jane success with all my heart. And if she were married to him tomorrow, I should think she had as good a chance of happiness as if she were to be studying his character for a 12-month. Happiness in marriage is entirely a matter of chance. If the dispositions of the parties were ever so well known to each other, or ever so similar beforehand, it does not advance their felicity in the least. They always continue to grow sufficiently unlike afterwards to have their share of vexation. And it is better to know as little as possible of the defects of the person with whom you are to pass your life. You made me laugh, Charlotte. But it is not sound. You know it is not sound, and that you would never act in this way yourself. Occupied in observing Mr. Bingley's attentions to her sister, Elizabeth was far from suspecting that she herself was becoming an object of some interest in the eyes of his friend. Mr. Darcy had at first scarcely allowed her to be pretty. He had looked at her without admiration at the ball, and when they next met, he looked at her only to criticize. But no sooner had he made it clear to himself and his friends that she hardly had a good feature in her face than he began identify her, it was rendered uncommonly intelligent by the beautiful expression of her dark eyes. To this discovery succeeded some others, equally mortifying. Though he had detected with a critical eye more than one failure of perfect symmetry in her form, he was forced to acknowledge her figure to be light and pleasing, and in spite of his asserting that her manners were not those of the fashionable world, he was caught by their easy playfulness. Of this, she was perfectly unaware. To her, he was only a man who had made himself agreeable nowhere, and who had not thought her handsome enough to dance with. He began to wish to know more, and as a step towards conversing with her himself, attended to her conversations with others. His doing so drew her notice. It was at Sir William Lucas's, where a large party were assembled. "What is Mr. Darcy?" said she to Charlotte. "I'm listening to my conversation with Colonel Forster." "That is a question which Mr. Darcy can answer. But if he does it anymore, I shall certainly let him know that I see what he is about. He has a very satirical eye, and if I do not begin by being impertinent myself, I shall soon grow afraid of him." On his approaching soon afterwards, though without seeming to have any intention of speaking, Miss Lucas defied her friend to mention such a subject to him, which immediately provoking Elizabeth to do it, she turned to him and said, "Did you not think, Mr. Darcy, that I expressed myself uncommonly well just now when I was teasing Colonel Forster to give us a ball at Meryton?" "With great energy, but it is always a subject which makes a lady energetic." "You are severe on us." "What?" I don't know. "Oh, that is non-sequitur. With great energy, but it is always a subject which makes a lady energetic." "You are severe on us." "It will be her turn soon to be teased," said Miss Lucas. "I am going to open the instrument, Eliza, and you know what follows." "You are a very strange creature by way of a friend, always wanting me to play and sing before anybody and everybody. If my vanity had taken a musical turn, you would have been invaluable, but as it is, I would really rather not sit down before those who must be in the habit of hearing the very best performers." On Miss Lucas's persevering, however, she added, "Very well, if it must be so, it must." And gravely glancing at Mr. Darcy, "There is a fine old saying, which everybody here is of course familiar with. Keep your breath to cool your porridge, and I shall keep mine to swell my song." Her performance was pleasing, though by no means capital. After a song or two, and before she could reply to the entreaties of several that she would sing again, she was eagerly succeeded at the instrument by her sister Mary, who, having, in consequence of being the only plain one in the family, worked hard for knowledge and accomplishments, was always impatient for display. Mary had neither genius nor taste, and though vanity had given her application, it had given her likewise a pedantic air and conceited manner, which would have injured a higher degree of excellence than she had reached. Elizabeth, easy and unaffected, had been listened to with much more pleasure, though not playing half so well. And Mary, at the end of a long concerto, was glad to purchase praise and gratitude by Scotch and Irish airs at the request of her younger sisters, who, with some of the Lucases and 2 or 3 officers, joined eagerly in dancing at one end of the room. Mr. Darcy stood near them in silent indignation at such a mode of passing the evening, to the exclusion of all conversation, and was too much engrossed by his thoughts to perceive that Sir William Lucas was his neighbour, till Sir William thus began. "What a charming amusement the young people is, Mr. Darcy. There's nothing like dancing."
We begin by simply listening.
I consider it
Slow down. See just the peaceful sake. Alright, these have been fun.
Certainly, sir.
Possibly
And
deletable.
it has the advantage also of being involved
fun
among the
nonetheless.
less polished societies
Thanks
of
for
the
being
world,
here.
and
Catch you next
every
time.
savage can dance. Sir William only smiled. Your friend performs delightfully, he continued after a pause on seeing Bingley join the group. And I doubt not that you are an adept in the science yourself, Mr. Darcy. You saw me dance at Meryton, I believe, sir? Yes, indeed, and received no inconsiderable pleasure from the sight. Do you often dance at St. James's? Never, sir. Do you not think it would be a proper compliment to the place? It is a compliment which I never pay to. It is a compliment which I never pay to any place if I can avoid it. You have a house in town, I conclude? Mr. Darcy bowed. I had once had some thought of fixing in town myself, for I am fond of superior society. But I did not feel quite certain about the air of London. I did not feel quite certain that the air of London would agree with Lady Lucas. He paused.
We begin by simply listening,
but his
in this case,
was supposed to make any. And Elizabeth, at that instant moving towards them, he was struck with the action of doing a very gallant thing, and called out to her,
Slowly,
"My dear Miss Eliza, why are you not
and see just how peaceful today can be.
Allow me to present this young lady to you as a very desirable partner. You cannot refuse to dance, I am sure, when so much beauty is before you." And taking her hand, he would have given it to Mr. Darcy, who, though extremely surprised, was not unwilling to receive it, when she instantly drew back, and said with some discomposure to Sir William, "Indeed, sir, I have not the least intention of dancing. I entreat you not to suppose that I moved this way in order to beg for a partner." Mr. Darcy, with grave propriety, requested to be allowed the honour, but in vain. Elizabeth was determined, nor did Sir William at all shake her purpose by his attempt at persuasion. "You excel so much in the dance, Miss Eliza, that it is cruel to deny me the happiness of seeing you. And though this gentleman dislikes the amusement in general, he can have no objection, I am sure, to oblige us for 1/2 hour. Mr. Darcy is all politeness, said Elizabeth, smiling. "He is, indeed, but considering the inducement, my dear Miss Eliza, we cannot wonder at his complacence, for who would object to such a partner?" Elizabeth looked archly and turned away. Her resistance had not injured her with the gentleman, and he was thinking of her with some complacency when thus accosted by Miss Bingley. "I can guess the subject of your reverie. I should imagine that. You are considering how insupportable it would be to pass many evenings in this manner, in such society. And indeed, I am quite of your opinion. I will never more ignore you. The incivility, and yet the noise, the nothingness, and yet the self-importance of all those people. What would I give to hear your restrictions on? Your conjecture is totally wrong, I assure you. My mind was more agreeably engaged. I have been meditating on the very great pleasure which a pair of fine eyes in the face of a pretty woman can just bestow. Miss Bingley immediately fixed her eyes on his face, and desired he would tell her what lady had the credit of inspiring such reflections. Mr. Darcy replied with great intrepidity, "Miss Elizabeth Bennet." "Miss Elizabeth Bennet?" replied Miss Bingley. "I'm all astonishment."
I was feeling bad, like I was shooting these innocent cars, but this one's not so innocent.
When am I to wish you joy? That is exactly the question which I expected you to ask. A lady's imagination is very rapid. It jumps from admiration to love, from love to matrimony in a moment.
Sebastian,
I knew you would be wishing me joy. Nay, if you are serious about it, I shall consider the matter is absolutely settled. You will be having a charming mother-in-law, indeed. And of course, she will always be attendant with you. He listened to her with perfect indifference while she chose to entertain herself in this manner. And as his composure convinced her that all was safe, her wit flowed on. Hope you guys have a great day.
Yes, I needed that missile for you. Moving forward, no! Oh, easy, just as I planned it. Just as I planned it.
Chapter 7. Mr. Bennet's property consisted almost entirely of an estate of $2,000 a year, which, unfortunately for his daughters, was entailed in default of the heirs made on a distant relation. And their mother's fortune, though ample for her situation in life, could but ill survive the deficiency of his. Her father had been an attorney in Meryton and had left her £4,000. She had a sister married to a Mr. Phillips, who had been a clerk to their father and succeeded him in the business, and a brother settled in London in a respectable line of trade. The village of Longbourn was only 1 mile from Meryton, a most convenient distance for the young ladies, who were usually tempted thither 3 or 4 times a week to pay their duty to their aunt and to the milliner's shop just over the way. The 2 youngest of the family, Catherine and Lydia, were particularly frequent with these attentions. Their minds were more vacant than their sisters, and when nothing better offered, a walk to Meryton was necessary to amuse their morning hours and furnish conversation for the evening. And however bare of news the country in general might be, they always contrived to learn something from their aunt. At present, indeed, they were well supplied both with news and happiness by the recent arrival of a militia regiment. It was to remain the whole winter, and Meryton was the headquarters. Their visits to Mrs. Phillips were now productive of the most interesting intelligence, every day adding something to their knowledge of the officers' names and connections. Their lodgings were not long a secret, and at length they began to know the officers themselves. Mr. Phillips visited them all, and this opened to his nieces a store of felicity unknown before. They could talk of many officers, and Mr. Bingley's large fortune, the mention of which gave animation to their mother, was worthless in their eyes when opposed to the regimentals of an ensign. After listening one morning to their effusions on the subject, Mr. Bennet coolly observed, "From all that I can collect by your manner of talking, you must be two of the silliest girls in the country. I have suspected it some time, but I am now convinced." Catherine was disconcerted and made no answer, but Lydia, with perfect indifference, continued to express her admiration of Captain Carter and her hope of seeing him in the course of the day, as he was going the next morning to London. "I am astonished, my dear," said Mrs. Bennet, "that you should be so ready to think of your own children, silly. If I wish to think slightingly of anybody's children, it should not be of my own, however.
No!
If my children are silly, I must hope to be always sensible of it." "Yes, but as it happens, they are all That is the only point, I flatter myself, on which we do not agree. I had hoped that our sentiments coincided in every particular, but I must so far differ from you as to think our 2 youngest daughters uncommonly foolish." "My dear Mr. Bennet, you must not expect such girls to have the sense of their father and mother. When they get to our age, I dare say they will not think about officers any more than we do. I remember the time when I liked a red coat myself very well, and indeed, so I do still at my heart. And if a smart young colonel with 5,000 or 6,000 a year should want one of my girls, I should not say nay to him. And I thought Colonel Forster was very becoming the other night at Sir William's in his regimentals." "Mamma!" cried Lydia, "my aunt says that Colonel Forster and Captain Carter do not go so often to Miss Watson's as they did when they first came.
So this
she
guy
sees
is
them now
tricky.
very often standing in Clark's
I get the 7 lives, so I've got some tries to beat him."
Replying by the entrance of the footman with a note for Miss Bennet. It came from Netherfield, and the servant...
I gotta stop letting him set me on fire,
Mrs.
though.
Bennet's eyes.
Always a bad plan to get set on
And she
fire.
was eagerly calling out while her daughter read, "Well, Jane, who is it from? What is it about? What is he saying? To Jane,
I think that's his weak point. You gotta go for the latter more, Bennet.
It is from Miss Bingley.
Well, that's my when people use that name, I turn around and look for my father. I prefer to be called Sebastian Small.
To dine today with Louisa and me, we shall be in danger of hating each other for the rest of our lives, for a whole day's tete-a-tete between two women can never end without a quarrel. Come as soon as you can on receipt of this. My brother and the gentleman are to dine with the officers. Yours ever, Caroline Bingley. With the officers? Cried Lydia. I wonder my aunt did not tell us.
I promise I'm trying my best. This guy's tough, man. He's tough.
Said Jane. No,
oh, and the axes are no fun for anybody.
Because it's likely to rain, and then you will stay up all night. That would be a good scheme, said Elizabeth, if you were sure that they would not offer to send her home. Oh, but the gentlemen will have Mr. Bingley's chaise to go to Meryton, and the Hursts have no horses to theirs.
Oh, I can prepare for ramming scheme.
But my dear, your father cannot spare the horses, I'm sure. No. They are wanted in the farm, Mr. Bennet, are they not? They are.
I felt so like I was so close, making good progress.
But if you have got them today, said Elizabeth, my mother's purpose will be answered. She did at last exhort from her father an acknowledgement that the horses were engaged.
No.
Jane was therefore obliged to go on horseback, and her mother attended her to the door with many cheerful prognostics of a bad day. Her hopes were answered. Jane had not been gone long, for it rained hard. The sisters were uneasy for her, but her mother. The rain continued the whole evening without interruption. Jane certainly did not come back. This was a lucky idea of mine indeed, said Mrs. Bennet more than once, as if the credit of making it rain.
Yes!
Till the next morning, however, she was not
begin
aware
by
of
simply
the
listening.
of her contrivance.
Slow down.
Breakfast
See
was
just how
scarcely
peaceful
over when the
today
servant
can
from
be.
Netherfield brought the following note for Elizabeth.
I didn't think I was going to beat it. I thought that would be the end of this little.
Which I suppose.
But there's more driving after. If there's more driving after,
my kind friends will not hear of my returning till I am better. They insist also
completed
on
the
my
driving
seeing
portion
Mr.
of the
Jones.
level, so you're going to get to see
Therefore,
both
do not
types
be
of
alarmed.
gameplay.
You should hear of his having been.
So I apologize.
And excepting a sore throat and a headache,
I'll probably
there is not
suck at this
much
part
the matter with
more
me.
than
Yours, etc.
No! No!
Well,
swing, fool! Swing!
Elizabeth had read the note aloud. If your daughter
after a rough start, do I have any other weapons?
If she should die,
yes,
it would be a comfort to
yes,
know that it was all in
I've got
pursuit
the
of
marbles.
Mr. Bingley and under your
He's
orders.
not lost his marbles.
Not afraid of her dying? People do not die of trifling
this clown.
She will be taken good care of. As long as she stays there, it is all very well. I would go and see her if I could have the carriage. Elizabeth, feeling rather anxious, was determined to go to her, though the carriage was not to be had. And as she was no horsewoman, walking was her only alternative. She declared her resolution.
Is there a way to, like,
cried her mother.
Cape
Just to think of such a cape. I don't know what it looked like for you. It just told me I had no battery. Sorry. As
I only have one rope and I use
it.
Darn it.
You will not be fit to be
I still have the little grapple. Yep.
I shall be very fit to see Jane.
I need to figure out how to float, or I'm in trouble.
Is this a hint to me, Lizzie? Said her father, to send for the horses. No, indeed. I do not wish to avoid the walk. The distance is nothing when one has a motive. Only 3 miles. I shall be back by dinner. I admire the activity of your benevolence, observed Mary. But every impulse of feeling should be guided by
are a little
reason.
awkward, but I'm getting.
And in my opinion, exertion should always be in proportion to what is required. We will go as far as Meryton with you, said Catherine and Lydia. Elizabeth accepted their company, and the 3 young ladies set off together. If we make haste, said Lydia as they walked along, perhaps we may see something of Captain Carter before he goes. In Meryton they parted. The two youngest repaired to the lodgings of one of the officers' wives, and Elizabeth continued her walk alone, crossing field after field at a quick pace, jumping over stiles and springing over puddles with impatient activity, and finding herself at last within view of the house with weary ankles, dirty stockings, and a face glowing with the warmth of exercise. She was shown into the breakfast parlour, where all but Jane were assembled, and where her appearance created a great deal of surprise. That she should have walked 3 miles so early in the day in such dirty weather and by herself was almost incredible to Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley. And Elizabeth was convinced
Yes, I
that
really
they
think
held
I'll win.
her in contempt.
I really think I'll win, Penguin.
She was received, however, very politely by them, and in their brother's manners there was something better than politeness. There was good humour and kindness. Mr. Darcy said very little,
Begin by
and Mr. Hurst
listening,
at all.
slow down, and
The former
see
was
just how
divided
peaceful
between
today.
admiration of the brilliance which
I
exercise
got the cape
had
to
given
work
to her
once.
complexion, and doubt
I'm wondering how I
as
did
to the
it.
occasions justifying her coming so far alone. The latter was thinking only of his breakfast. Her inquiries after her sister were not very favourably answered. Miss Bennet had slept ill, and though up, was very feverish and not well enough to leave her room. Elizabeth was glad to be taken to her immediately, and Jane, who had only been withheld by the fear of giving alarm or inconvenience from expressing in her note how much she longed for a visit, was delighted at her entrance. She was not equal, however, to much conversation, and when Miss Bingley left them together, could attempt little besides expressions of gratitude for the extraordinary kindness she was treated with. Elizabeth silently attended. When breakfast was over, they were joined by the sisters, and Elizabeth began to like them herself when she saw how much affection and solicitude they showed for Jane. The apothecary came, and having examined his patient, said, as might be supposed, that she had caught a violent cold, and that they must endeavour to get the better of it. Advised her to return to bed, and promised her some draughts. The advice was followed readily, for the feverish symptoms increased, and her head ached acutely. Elizabeth did not quit her room for a moment, nor were the other ladies on the
Think on it.
The gentlemen being out, they had, in fact, nothing to do elsewhere. When the clock struck 3, Elizabeth felt that she must go, and very unwillingly said so. Miss Bingley offered her the carriage, and she only wanted a little pressing to accept it, when Jane testified
So I have used up my impressive bat
Miss Bingley was obliged to convert the offer of the chaise to an invitation to remain.
My fists of fury are so effective, I don't
Elizabeth
think I
most
need
thankfully
it, assuming I get to a
and the
box.
servant
I
was
think I'll
dispatched
just have so much luck
to acquaint the
fists.
family with her stay and bring back a supply of clothes. I think I have a little more battery. Chapter 8. At 5 o'clock, the two ladies retired to dress, and at 6:30, Elizabeth was summoned to dinner. To the civil inquiries...
Okay, so if this walking around portion ever gets more enjoyable, I might revisit this part. Otherwise, I'll just stick to the driving. But this was fun. This was definitely very fun.
Jane was by no means...
We begin by simply listening.
Sisters, on hearing this, repeated 3 or 4 times how much
Slow
they were
down.
grieved.
And see just how peaceful today can be.
And how excessively
Alright,
they
catch you
disliked to
guys
feel
on the
themselves.
flip side.
And then thought no more of the matter, and their indifference towards Jane, when not immediately before them, restored Elizabeth to the enjoyment of all her former dislike. Their brother, indeed, was the only one
suffered in silence, and not always in silence, I said to her.
His
I had already
anxiety for
decided to
Jane
wear
was
my old
evident,
Harris tweed jacket.
and his attentions
It was a
to
murder
herself
day, and
most
that meant I'd be
pleasing,
seeing white people.
and they prevented her feeling
Over the
herself
sport
so
coat,
much
I
an
put on
intruder
my
as she
Georgetown
believed she
walnut
was
jacket.
considered by the others.
It goes better with
She
the
had very
neighborhood.
little notice from
On
any
the bureau,
of him.
by the bed,
Miss
was a
Bingley
picture
was
of Maria
engrossed by
Cross.
Mr. Darcy, her
3
sister,
years before, my
scarcely
wife had
less
been
so.
murdered in a drive-by
And as for
shooting.
Mr. Hurst, by
That
whom
murder,
Elizabeth
like the
sat,
majority of
he was an
murders in
indolent man
Southeast,
who
had
lived
never been
only to
solved.
eat, drink, and play
I
at
kissed my
cards.
grandmother on the way
Who, when
out the
he
kitchen
found
door.
her to prefer a
We've
plain
done this
dish
since I was 8
to
years
a...
old.
Now, I
We
don't
also
know this
say
word,
goodbye,
ragu?
just in case we never see each other again. It's been like that for almost 30 years, ever since
I know what it is. I know what it is. I know how to spell it. I know how to read it. I don't know how to pronounce it.
She made a homicide detective with a doctorate in psychology who works and lives in the ghettos of Washington, D.C.
When dinner was over, she returned directly to
I am
Jane,
officially a deputy
and
chief of
Miss Bingley
detectives.
began
In the words of
abusing
Shakespeare
her
and
as soon
Mr.
as she was
Faulkner,
out of
is
the
a lot
room.
of sound and fury,
Manners
signifying
were
nada.
pronounced to be very bad.
The title should
She
make
didn't know how to say
number 6 or
ragdoll.
-7 person in the Washington
A
Police
mixture of
Department.
pride and
It doesn't.
impertinence. She had no conversation, no style, no beauty. Mrs. Hurst thought the same and added, "She has nothing, in short, to recommend her. But being an excellent walker, I shall never forget her appearance this morning. She really looked almost wild." "She did indeed, Louisa. I could hardly keep my countenance. Very nonsensical to come at all. Why must she be scampering about the country because her sister had a cold? Her hair so untidy, so blousy. Yes, and her petticoat. I hope you saw her petticoat 6 inches deep in mud, I'm absolutely certain. And the gown, which had been let down to hide it, not doing its office." "Your picture may be very exact, Louisa," said Bingley, "but this was all lost upon me. I thought Miss Elizabeth Bennet looked remarkably well when she came into the room this morning. Her dirty petticoat quite escaped my notice." "You observed it, Mr. Darcy, I am sure," said Miss Bingley, "and I am inclined to think that you would not wish to see your sister make such an exhibition." "Certainly not." "To walk 3 miles or 4 miles. Who is this talking? Yes, to walk 3 miles or 4 miles or 5 miles or whatever it is, above her ankles in dirt and alone, quite alone. What could she mean by it? It seems to me to show an abominable sort of conceited independence, a most country town indifference to decorum. It shows an affection for her sister that is very pleasing," said Mr. Bingley. "I am afraid, Mr. Darcy," observed Miss Bingley in a half-whisper, "that this attention has rather affected your admiration of her fine eyes." "Not at all. They were brightened by the exercise." A short pause followed this speech, and Mrs. Hurst began again. "I have an excessive regard for Miss Jane Bennet. She is really a very sweet girl, and I wish with all my heart she were well settled. But with such a father and mother and such low connections, I'm afraid there's no chance of it." "I think I have heard you say that their uncle is an attorney emeritus." "Yes, and they have another who lives somewhere near Cheapside." "That is capital," added her sister, and they both laughed heartily. "If they had uncles enough to fill all Cheapside," cried Bingley, "it would not make one jot less agreeable. But it must very materially lessen their chance of marrying men of any consideration in the world," replied Darcy. To this speech, Bingley made no answer, but his sisters gave it their hearty assent, and indulged their mirth for some time at the expense of their dear friend's vulgar relations. With a renewal of tenderness, however, they returned... They're so awful.
The Adventures of Robin Hood.
With a renewal of tenderness, however, they returned to her room on leaving the dining parlour, and sat with her till summoned to coffee.
He was looking back.
She was still very poorly, and Elizabeth would not quit her at all till late in the evening, when she had the comfort of seeing her sleep.
3 years ago,
And when it seemed to her rather right and pleasant that she should go downstairs herself. On entering the drawing room, she found the whole party at loo, and was immediately invited to join them. But suspecting them to be playing high, she declined, and making her sister the excuse, said she would amuse herself for the short time she could stay below with a book.
Were followed by nights of feasting.
Mr. Hurst looked
and
at
the
her
dead
with
father's fortune slipped through his son's fingers.
"Do you prefer reading to cards?"
2 years
said
after his
he.
father's death,
"That is rather
Robin had found
singular."
himself in desperate need of money
"Miss
to pay off his
Eliza
debts.
Bennet," said Miss
Much of
Bingley,
his father's wealth had been
"despises
invested in
cards.
trading ventures.
She is a great
and he knew
reader, and has no
would be
pleasure in
returning from
anything
abroad,
else."
bringing him money.
"I deserve neither such praise nor such censure, cried Elizabeth. I am not a great reader, and I have pleasure in many
heard
things.
of Robin's plight, he willingly
In nursing
agreed
your
to
sister,
lend
I am sure you have
£500
pleasure,
on the
said Bingley, and I hope it will be soon increased by seeing her quite well. Elizabeth thanked him from her heart, and then walked towards the table where a few books were lying. He immediately offered to fetch her others, all that his library afforded. And I wish my collection were larger for your benefit and my own credit, but I am an idle fellow, and though I have not many, I have more than I have ever looked into. Elizabeth assured him that she could suit herself perfectly with those in the room. I am astonished, said Miss Bingley, that my father should have left so small a collection of books. What a delightful library you have at Pemberley, Mr. Darcy. It ought to be good, he replied. It has been the work of many generations. And then you have added so much to it yourself. You're always buying books. I cannot comprehend the neglect of a family library in such days as these. Neglect? I'm sure you could neglect nothing that can add to the beauties of that noble place. Charles, when you build your house, I wish it may be half as delightful as Pemberley. I wish it may. But I would really advise you to make your purchase in that neighbourhood and take Pemberley for a kind of model. There is not a finer county in England than Derbyshire. With all my heart, I will buy Pemberley itself if Darcy will sell it. I am talking of possibilities, Charles. Upon my word, Caroline, I should think it more possible to get Pemberley by purchase than by imitation. Elizabeth was so much caught with what passed as to leave her very little attention for her book, and soon, laying it wholly aside, she drew near the card table and stationed herself between Mr. Bingley and his eldest sister to observe the game. Is Miss Darcy much grown since the spring? Said Miss Bingley. Will she be as tall as I am? I think she will. She is now about Miss Elizabeth Bennet's height, or rather taller. How I long to see her again. I never met with anybody who delighted me so much. Such a countenance, such manners, and so extremely accomplished for her age. Her performance on the pianoforte is exquisite. Or exquisite. I can never remember which is American and which is English. One of them. It is exquisitely exquisite. It is amazing to me, said Bingley, how young ladies can have patience to be... It is amazing to me, said Bingley, how young ladies can have patience to be so very accomplished as they all are. All young ladies accomplished, my dear Charles. What do you mean? Yes, all of them, I think. They all paint tables, cover screens, and net purses. I scarcely know anyone who cannot do all this, and I'm sure I never heard a young lady spoken of for the first time without being informed that she was very accomplished. Your list of the common extent of accomplishments, said Darcy, has too much truth. The word is applied to many a woman who deserves it, no otherwise than by netting a purse or covering a screen. But I am very far from agreeing with you in your estimation of ladies in general. I cannot boast of knowing more than half a dozen in the whole range of my acquaintance that are really accomplished. Nor I am sure, said Miss Bingley. Then, observed Elizabeth, you must comprehend a great deal in your idea of an accomplished woman. Yes, I do comprehend a great deal. Oh, certainly, cried his faithful assistant. No one can be really esteemed accomplished who does not greatly surpass what is usually met with. A woman must have a thorough knowledge of music, singing, drawing, dancing, and the modern languages to deserve the words. And besides all this, she must possess a certain something in her air and manner of walking, the tone of her voice, her address and expressions, or the word will be but half deserved. All this she must possess, added Darcy. And to all this, she must yet add something more substantial in the improvement of her mind by extensive updated. I'm no longer surprised by your knowing only 6 accomplished women. I rather wonder now at you knowing any. Are you so severe upon your sex, upon your own sex, as to doubt the possibility of all this? I never saw such a woman. I never saw such capacity and taste and application and elegance as you describe united. Mrs. Hurst and Mrs. Bingley both cried out against the injustice of her implied doubt, and were both protesting that they knew many women who answered this description when Mr. Hurst called them to order with bitter complaints of their inattention to what was going forward. As all conversation was thereby at an end, Elizabeth soon afterwards left the room. Elizabeth Bennet, said Miss Bingley when the door was closed on her, is one of those young ladies who seek to recommend themselves to the other sex by undervaluing her own. And with many men, I dare say it succeeds. But in my opinion, it is a paltry device, a very mean harm. Undoubtedly, replied Darcy, to whom this remark was chiefly addressed. There is a meanness in all the arts which ladies sometimes condescend to employ for captivation. Whatever bears affinity to cunning is despicable. Please select Miss Bingley was not so entirely satisfied with this reply as to continue the subject. Elizabeth joined them again, only to say that her sister was worse, and that she could not be. Bingley urged Mr. Jones being sent for immediately, while his sister, convinced that no country advice would be of any service, recommended an express to town for one of the most eminent physicians. This she would not hear of, but she was not so unwilling to comply with their brothers. She was not so unwilling to comply with their brothers. And it was settled that Mr. Jones should be sent for in the morning if Miss Bennet were not decidedly better. Bingley was quite uncomfortable. His sisters declared that they were miserable. They solaced their wretchedness by duets of supper. While he could find no better relief to his feelings than by giving his housekeeper directions that every attention might be paid to the sick lady.
And bring it back to base fast. The new weapon is codenamed Honeybee. To the U.S., it's a vital military secret.
And sometime after, two elegant ladies who lived with his sister. In spite of his amendment, she requested to have a note sent long ago, desiring her mother to visit Jane and form her own judgment on the situation. The note immediately disappeared, and the contents replied, Mrs. Bennet, accompanied by her 2 youngest girls, reached Netherfield soon after the family breakfast. Having found Jane in the Mrs. Bennet would have been very miserable. But he's coming soon. Roger that. Extraction failed.
I'm sorry, boss, but the extraction failed. The support unit just isn't skilled enough. If you want to increase the success rate of full extractions in bad weather, you need to improve the support unit.
That's her respiration. We removed it. She would not listen. Neither did the no right. Mrs. Bennet had not found Miss Bennet worse.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
Indeed, I have, sir, was her answer. She's a great deal too ill to be moved. Mr. Jones said we must not think of moving her. We must trespass a little longer on your kindness. Removed? Cried Bingley. It must not be thought of. My sister, I am sure, will not hear of her removal. You may depend upon it, madam, said Miss Bingley with cold civility, that Miss Bennet shall receive every possible attention while she remains with us. Mrs. Bennet was confused and heard not just. I am sure if it was not for such good friends, I do not know what will become of her, for she is very ill indeed and suffers a vast deal, though with the greatest patience in the world, which is always the way with her, for she has, without exception, the sweetest temper I ever met with. I often tell her my other girls, they are nothing to her. You have a sweet room here, Mr. Bingley, and a charming prospect over that gravel wall. I do not know a place in the country that is equal to Netherfield. You will not think of quitting it in a hurry, I hope, though you have but a short lease. Whatever I do is done in a hurry, replied he, and therefore, if I should resolve to quit Netherfield, I should probably be off in 5 minutes. At present, however, I consider myself as quite fixed here. That is exactly what I should have supposed of you, said Elizabeth. You begin to comprehend me, do you? Cried he, turning towards her. Oh, yes, I understand you perfectly. I wish I might take this for a compliment, but to be so easily seen through, I am afraid is pitiful. That is as it happens. It does not necessarily follow that a deep, intricate character is more or less estimable, is more or less estimable than such a one as yours. Lizzie, cried her mother, remember where you are. Do not run on in the wild manner that you are suffered to do at home. I did not know before, continued Bingley immediately, that you were a studier of character. It must be an amusing study. Yes, but intricate characters are the most amusing. They have at least that advantage. The country, said Darcy, can in general supply but few subjects for such a study. In a country neighbourhood, you move in a very confined and varying society. The people themselves alter so much that there is something new to be observed in them forever. Indeed, yes, cried Mrs. Bennet, offended by his manner of mentioning a country neighbourhood. I assure you there is quite as much of that going on in the country as in town. Everybody was surprised, and Darcy, after looking at her for a moment, turned silently away. Mrs. Bennet, who fancied she had gained a complete victory over him, continued her triumph. I cannot see that London has any great advantage over the country, for my part, except the shops and public places. The country is a vast deal pleasanter, is it not, Mr. Bingley? When I'm in the country, I never wish to leave it, and when I am, it is pretty much the same. They have each their advantages, and I can be equally happy in either. Now I go all the way back up here. Indeed, Mamma, you are mistaken.
The results of their labors.
Sorry, you saw me feeling in our guest.
There are wolves in that area. They've been known to go after people.
Indeed,
so watch yourself.
You are mistaken, said Elizabeth, blushing for her mother. You quite mistook Mr. Darcy. He only meant that there were not such a variety of people to be met with in the country as in town, which you must acknowledge to be true. Oh, certainly, my dear. Nobody said there were. But as to not meeting with many people in this neighbourhood, I believe there are few neighbourhoods larger. I know we dine with 4 and 20 families. Nothing but concern for Elizabeth could enable Bingley to keep his countenance. His sister was less delicate and directed her eye towards Mr. Darcy with a very expressive smile. Elizabeth, for the sake of saying something that might turn her mother's thoughts, now asked her if Charlotte Lucas had been at Longbourn since her coming away. Yes, she called yesterday with her father. What an agreeable man Sir William is, Mr. Bingley, is not he? He has always something to say to everybody. That is my idea of good breeding, and those persons who fancy themselves very important and never open their mouths quite mistake the matter. Did Charlotte dine too? No, she would go home. I fancy she was wanted about the mince pies. For my part, Mr. Bingley, I always keep servants that can do their own work. My daughters are brought up differently, but everybody is to judge for themselves, and the Lucases are very good sorts of girls. Are very good sort of girls, I assure you. It is a pity they are not handsome. Not that I think Charlotte so very plain, but then she is our particular friend. She seems a very pleasant young woman, said Bingley. Oh dear, yes. But you must own she is very plain. Lady Lucas herself has often said so, and envied me Jane's beauty. I do not like to boast of my own child, but to be sure, Jane, one does not often see anybody better looking. It is what everybody says. I do not trust my own partiality. When she was only 15, there was a gentleman at my brother Gardner's in town so much in love with her that my sister-in-law was sure he would make her an offer before we came away. But, however, he did not. Perhaps he thought her too young. However, he wrote some verses on her, and very pretty they were. And so ended his affection, said Elizabeth impatiently. There has been many a one, I fancy, overcome in the same way. I wonder who first discovered the efficiency of poetry in driving away love. I have been used to consider poetry as the food of love, said Darcy. Oh, a fine, stout, healthy love it may. Perhaps everything nourishes what is strong already. But if it be only a slight, thin sort of inclination, I am convinced that one good sonnet will starve it entirely away. Darcy only smiled, and the general pause which ensued made Elizabeth tremble, lest her mother should be exposing herself again. She longed to speak, but could think of nothing to say, and after a short silence, Mrs. Bennet began repeating her thanks to Mr. Bingley for his kindness to Jane, with an apology for troubling him also with Lizzie. Mr. Bingley was unaffectedly civil in his answer, and forced his younger sister to be civil also, and say what the occasion required. She performed her part, indeed, without much graciousness, but Mrs. Bennet was satisfied, and soon afterwards ordered her carriage. Upon this signal, the youngest of her daughters put herself forward. The two girls had been whispering to each other during the whole visit, and the result of it was the youngest should tax Mr. Bingley with having promised on his first coming into the country to give a ball at Netherfield. Lydia was a stout, well-grown girl of 15 with a fine complexion and good-humoured countenance, a favourite of her mother whose affection had brought her into public at an early age. She had high animal spirits and a sort of natural... Hi, darling. Sorry about that. Lydia was a stout, well-grown girl of 15 with a fine complexion and good-humoured countenance, a favourite with her mother, whose affection had brought her into public at an early age. She had high animal spirits and a sort of natural self-confidence, which the attention of the officers, good dinners, and her own easy manners recommended her, had increased into assurance. She was very...
Those materials have already been processed. It may not be much, but we can use them straight away if you bring them back to base.
That it would be the most painful thing in the world if you could keep it. His answer to this sudden attack was delightful to their mother's ear. I am perfectly ready, I assure you, to keep my engagement, and when your sister is recovered, you shall, if you please, Jane, the very day of the ball. But you would not wish to see Darcy while she was there. Lydia declared herself satisfied. Oh, yes! It would be much.
He's coming too. Roger that.
And by that time, most likely Captain Potter will be at Meryton again. And when you have given your ball, she added, I shall insist on their giving one also. I shall tell Colonel Forster it will be quite a shame. Mrs. Bennet and her daughters then departed, and Elizabeth returned instantly to Jane, leaving her own and her relations' behaviour to the remarks of the two ladies and Mr. Darcy, the latter of whom, however, could not be prevailed on to join in their censure of her,
with a fox's skin was curled at the root of the tree.
Witticisms.
I am your boy now, he replied when Robin questioned him. What you said last night, that's what I feel. I do not want to go to that. That is all those two others think about. They do not care who they rob or kill. But I do not want to rob the rich to feed the poor.
The day
by my oath, so you can, replied Robin.
Extraction
arrived at this place. We shall be the first.
Who continued
They'll come to join us. Others who share our longing.
And in the evening,
our Lady Todd, we will have a merry life.
Did
so Robin Hood began his life in Sherwood.
Mr. Darcy was writing, and Miss Bingley, seated near him, was watching the progress of his letter, and repeatedly calling off his attention by messages to his sister. Mr. Hurst and Mr. Bingley
the unjust laws of the forest, or for misdeeds against the Senate, for nothing.
Boss, can you bring back the U.S. military's new weapon codenamed Honeybee? The CIA put it in the hands of the Hamid group of Mujahideen. The Hamid fighters were wiped out. The Honeybee must still be hidden at their base, the fort at Desmasilaman. Unfortunately, the Soviets are looking for the weapon as well. You have to get to it before they do. And bring it back here. There's a photo of the target on your iDroid. One more thing. Apparently, one of the Hamid fighters survived. He's missing, but if you can find him, he might lead us to the target. Good luck, boss.
Robin Hood in order to join his band of animals.
He made no answer.
Before they could run, they all had to swear the great oath to rob the rich and give to the poor, to withstand tyranny,
The map has been updated.
When they had sworn, Robin
You need to retrieve the new U.S. military weapon known as the Honeybee. It should be hidden somewhere in Smuzzy Fort. There's a photo of the Honeybee on your iDroid.
each made himself a bow of years, arrows with respectful sword. There was not one of the outlaws who did not worship him. They were all by his skill with a bow and his wisdom upon his wings. They loved his light side, his ready life, and his bold heart that was always looking for new adventures. When they heard the sound of Robin's horn lean through the forest, every man raised his one by one, and there was not one of them who would not have given
Tell
up
your
his
sister
life.
I'm delighted to hear of her improvement on the whole. And pray let her know that I am
Robin
designed for a table, and I think it's infinitely superior to
Yet on this main
graphics.
he felt the need to go one
Will you give me leave to defer your rapture
Stay
till I
here,
write
said the
again?
outlaw
At
to
present, I have
It is too long since an adventure came my way, and if you will not come to me, then I must go and seek it out.
I shall see
Robin
her
strode on alone through the forest, and came at last to one of the long, straight roads that lead to the villages and towns. Travellers passed him by, and though Robin gave them all a fair good day and a straight gaze from his twinkling eye,
It is a rule with me that a person who can write a long letter with
no
ease
black eye,
cannot
his
write
saddlebags
ill.
clinking with coins.
Compliment to Darcy, Caroline, write her brother, because he does not write with ease. He studies too much for words of full syllables. Do not
made his way towards the roofs of the village.
style of writing is very different from yours.
Close to the village, ran a brook, right along the road, served the village.
Sound all the words. Lots of
In spite of the wind, the other side.
dear, so rapidly
When
that I
he
have
saw
not
it,
time to
he
express
quickened
them.
his pace, so that he
Which
might
means
cross
my
words.
letters sometimes convey no ideas at all to my correspondence.
What madman is this? Giant man.
Mr.
Robin
Darcy,
ran
Miss
swiftly to the
Bingley,
bridge, unswinging his bow, he ran up and
villain,
seized with
Mr.
hand.
Bingley.
He placed an arrow to his bowstring and placed it
Nothing is more deceitful, said Darcy, than the appearance of it is often only careless opinions and
A Soviet relay base. Think there's something in there that can lead us to the honeybees?
Is a portrait of prime base. At the center of the ring, he stopped, set his staff before him, and tried out his challenge.
Because you consider them as
Lose
proceeding from
that
the
shaft
rapidity of
from
thought and carelessness of
your head will
execution,
ring
which,
like
if
the
not
church
estimable,
people and dangle
you
with
think at
bells
least
from
highly
the kiss of my staff.
The power of doing
Long
anything
before your
with
staff would reach
quickness is
me,
always
Robin,
prized.
my arrow would have found your heart.
And often
giant
without any
leaned
attention
forward
to the
and
imperfection of the
You talk like the coward you are, he said. A brave man who faces up so boldly to another, having only his staff. I am no coward, cried Robin furiously. Hold your place on the bridge while I cut myself off a cutlass from the thicket, and then I'll knock the word coward about your teeth. Robin laid his bone out on the ground and cut himself a strong stab. The stranger watched, his lips curved into a smile as he flexed his muscles. Agreed with all and he set his staff to a wet Robin donkey. The man
This is too much. Remember,
with a crash of red beer scattering. Robin
at least I didn't pursue a character beneath this semblance merely to show off style.
I shall cut your cow like
But I am by no means convinced that you would be gone.
Start passed down the button man.
Your conduct may quite independent from chance as that any man I know. And if you are now
sped to answer their master's call, bursting through the
allowing the case, however, to stand for ridicule or consolation. Remember, Miss Bennet, that the friend who is supposed to desire to return to the house of the lay of his plan has merely desired to yield
My name is Robin Hood, and these are my men. All your men. No man save those who request without
Snake,
talk to me!
Snake!
Snake! I need such a man as yourself to stand at my right
such a
side.
case as you have supposed about Mr. Bingley.
That I will, cried the
We
giant.
may as well wait,
Many
perhaps,
times I have
till
thought
the
of joining you
circumstance
to fight with
occurs
you
before
on the
we
side of
discuss
the
the
poor folk,
discretion of
and
his
having met
behaviour
you,
thereupon.
I like you
But
then.
in general and
I shall join your
ordinary
band
cases
and fight
between
right
friend
lustily
and
for you.
friend, where one of them
The
is
grasp
desired by
Robin
the other
showed
to
in
change
his
a
massive
resolution
hand.
of no very
Robin
great
Hood,
moment,
I am your
should
man.
you think ill of
You
that
have become
person
one of us,
for
said Robin.
complying with
But
the
what is
desire?
your name?
Without
We need to retrieve the new U.S. military weapon known as the Honeybee. It should be hidden somewhere in Smossy Fort. There's a photo of the Honeybee on your iDroid.
Decision, the degree of importance, which is to ascertain for this request, as well as the degree of intimacy subsisting between the
Then
parties.
take this for your news.
Oh, by all means,
I name you
let us hear
Little
more
John.
particulars, not
So
forgetting
the
their
giant
comparative
was known
height
as
and size.
Little John.
But that will have more weight in the argument, Miss Bennet, than you may be aware of. I assure you that if Darcy were not such a great tall fellow in comparison with myself, I should not think him possible. I declare, I do not know more awful object than Darcy.
The other
on particular occasions, and in particular places, and his own house.
All Robin's men were charged to bring the word at once should the abbot of St. Mary's come near shore.
When he has nothing to do.
But the abbot knew that Robin had locked
Mr. Darcy smiled.
And when tales
but Elizabeth thought she could perceive
with their head
was
beaten
rather
shoulder,
offended.
he reasoned that their leader, Robin Hood, might well be young Robin.
Miss Bingley warmly resented the indignity he had received in an expostulation with her brother for talking such nonsense. I see your design, Bingley, said his friend.
2 years in the
you dislike argument
chance for revenge
and want to silence this.
One summer day,
Perhaps
Robin
I
was
do.
shooting
Arguments are too much like disputes. If you and Miss Bennet will defer yours till I'm out of the room, I should be very thankful. And then you may say whatever you like.
What tidings? Demanded Robin. You come like a bull.
What you ask, said Elizabeth, is no sacrifice on my side.
We haven't asked.
And Mr. Darcy.
Robin knew at once we met there. The abbot of St. Mary's, he demanded, along the west road with 100 of the sheriff's men, 50 marching before.
When that business was over, he applied to Miss Bingley and Elizabeth for an indulgence of some music. Miss Bingley warned the piano forte and asked for a polite request for Elizabeth would lead the way, which the other as politely and more earnestly negatived.
He speaks Russian. What we need is an interpreter. The main principle of intelligence work is intel gathering. That's a problem if you don't speak the enemy's language. We need a staff member with the interpreter skill to do a simultaneous interpretation.
He rides along the west road. If he's
she hardly knew how to suppose that she could be an object of adoration to so great a man, and yet that he should look at her, he disliked her, still would. She could only imagine that she drew his notice because there was something more wrong and reprehensible with his ideas of life than in any other person.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to
us. And soon afterwards, Mr. Darcy, drawing near Elizabeth, said to her,
Abbot of St. Mary's. Then
do you not feel a great inclination, Miss Bennet, to seize such an opportunity of dancing real?
That leads by the 5 pounds.
She smiled, but made no answer. He repeated the question with some surprise and silence.
And over the track, the branches of the trees leap like a roof.
I heard you before, but I could not immediately determine what to say in reply. You wanted me, I know, to say yes, that you might have pleasure of despising my taste.
Little John,
but I always delight in overthrowing those kinds of schemes and cheating a person of their premeditated contempt. I have therefore made up my mind to tell you that I do not want the answer real at all.
When I hear that,
and don't despise me, Robin dear.
I shall blow twice upon my hair, so that you will be.
Indeed, I do not dare. Elizabeth, having rather expected to affront him, was amazed at his gallantry, but there was a mixture of sweetness and archness in her manner, which made it difficult for her to affront anyone. And Darcy had never been so bewitched by any woman as he was with her. He really believed that were it not for the inferiority of his actions, he should not and her great anxiety about Jane seemed some assistance with the desire of getting rid of this person. I told you that their supposed marriage, planning his happiness in such an alliance. I hope, said she, as they were walking together in the shrubbery.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
Hints when this desirable event takes place as to the advantage of holding her tongue.
And if you can compass it, to cure the younger girls of running after officers. And if I may mention,
You need to retrieve the new U.S. military weapon known as the honeybee. It should be hidden somewhere in Smossy Fort. There's a photo of the honeybee on your iDroid.
have you anything else proposed for my domestic felicity?
Behind them, in the other month,
Yes. Carrying the letter, placed in the gallery in Italy. Put them next to your great
A Soviet relay base. I think there's something in there that could lead us to the honeybee.
As for your Elizabeth's picture, you must not have it taken.
It was accompanied by 4 mothers, also and each with
but their color and shape. By Mrs. Hudson and Mrs.
Extraction failed.
Then
bringing the whole progress to a halt.
What happened? Boss! Stay where you are. You are charmingly rude, and appeared to uncommon advantage. The picturesque
Get on with you.
spoilt by admitting a fault.
He urged his mount towards the head of the
She
column.
then ran gaily off,
You
rejoicing.
need to retrieve the new U.S. military weapon known as the honeybee. It should be hidden somewhere in Smossy Fort. There's a photo of the honeybee on your iDroid. A Soviet relay base. Think there's something in there that could lead us to the honeybee.
Outlaws and
Elizabeth ran up to her sister, and seeing her well guarded with gold, attended
telephone is like a pack of wolves. Some
where she was
200 of
welcomed
them.
by her two
Drops
sisters.
of blood drained from the abbot's
And
face, and his
Elizabeth
eyes
had never seen them so agreeable as they
Before
were
we
during
could
the hour
convince them
which
that we
passed
were not
before
the
the
men whom they
gentleman
were
appeared.
seeking, they had killed our
powers of
lad and brought
conversation
one of my
were
brothers close to
considerable.
death, crying that they were the men of Robin Hood come to have their revenge.
Relate an anecdote,
What men were they seeking?
and laugh
This
at
was the
her
abbot's
acquaintance.
teeth. Why, a man of the church, like
When the
ourselves.
gentleman entered, Jane was no
One
longer
would wrong their master.
Miss Bingley's eyes were
His
instantly
name?
turned toward
Not of the abbot
Darcy,
in terror.
and she had something to say to
Abbot
him
had saved
before
my
he had
reins, said Robin.
advanced many
On
steps.
hearing his own name,
He addressed
the
himself
abbot
to Miss
swung
Bennet with a
dizzily in the
polite
saddle, and would have
congratulations.
sworn to the
Mr.
ground
Hurst
if two of the
also
sheriff's
made
men
her
had
husband
jumped
by
his
bow and said he was
You were turned
very,
by a mere outlaw.
but
Scotland.
diffuseness of remained.
Were I this abbot, I would not meet them with twice their number.
He's coming too. Roger that.
But two of my brothers must take the boy to Christian burial.
And
brother Anthony
and
must
she
have his
removed
launch dress. But
at
I
his
am
desire
bound
to
for
the
London.
other side of the fireplace,
Then
that she might
must
be
face
further
these
from the
brigands
door.
again, said the abbot.
He then
In
sat
no
down
manner.
by her and
As if in
talked,
fear.
scarcely
And my man is fond
There
of
might be
his
clues to
and
the
knows
target's
the way
location
to
at that
defend.
outpost.
We may
Take
take
a
the
look
safe
around.
route since the outlaws wait a mile back for their victim.
When
It
tea
will
was
add
over,
3
Mr.
hours to
Hurst
my journey. But
reminded
were it to add
his
2
sister-in-law
days, I would surely
card
take it
table,
rather than face
but
those
in vain.
thieves again.
She had obtained private intelligence that Mr.
Catching his
Darcy did
breath
not
to
wish
see
for
this
cards,
carefully laid
and Mr.
bait
Hurst
would be
soon
taken.
found even his
The
open
abbot
petition
hardly paused
rejected.
for a second.
She assured him
We
that
shall
no
come.
one intended to tempt him. Silently,
Most let's make all statements to meet this
Mr.
regret.
Hurst had therefore
With your leave, I shall walk ahead with my
stretched himself on one of his
You make haste.
Miss Bingley did the same,
Robin walked his
and
way.
Mrs. Hurst stood was quite as much engaged in watching Mr. Darcy's progress through his as in reading her own, and she was perpetually either making some inquiry or looking at his cage. However,
neglected. At last, quite
exhausted by the attempt to be amused with her own book, which she'd only chosen because of the second volume of his. She gave a great yawn and said,
they were walking into the ambush. With a great fight, the outlaws jumped from the tree, climbed onto the and in no time the sheriff's men were completely overpowered. Their hands lashed together, arrows pointing at their throats. They stood watching helplessly. Having thrown off his monk's robes, stood before the abbot clad in linen and his longbow in his hand.
She did.
How now? Good. 1,000 welcome to my newest tales. The abbot's face was the colour of old and the huddle of monks standing behind him shook. When last you were so fond of me that you made into my house unbounded, but now set your mind at ease. But here you are invited to a rightful feast.
Before you determine on it, to consult the wishes of the president.
So come back. While the rest went with Rocky and led the blindfolded abbot and his monks.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
Cleared by the vast earth where they dismounted.
It is
Come,
quite a
be
simple
seated,
thing, and as soon as Nicholas has made white soup enough,
and taking off his
I shall send round my
You need to retrieve the new U.S. military weapon known as the Honeybee. It should be hidden somewhere in Swansea Fort. There's a photo of the Honeybee on your iDroid.
but there is something possibly tedious in the usual process of such a meeting. It would surely be much more rational. Conversation instead of dancing were made the order of the day.
These are fair, not rational minded.
Please specify it would not be near so much like a ball.
You had fair enough appetite on our
Miss Bingley
last
made no
meeting,
answer,
Robin
and soon afterwards
so fair
she
an
got up
appetite
and
that in
walked
one
about the
gallop
room.
you ate up my
Her
lands and
figure
house,
was elegant,
horses and
and she
hounds, and
walked
all
well.
my means.
But
It was
Darcy,
in bond.
whom it was all aimed,
Abbot. It was my
was
own by
still
law.
Please
select a drop point.
In the desperation of her feelings, she resolved
I was a green boy, and you
one
were so
effort
swinish in your holy
and
breed.
turning
Supplies
requested,
said, but took all
listen,
that I had.
House of Bennet,
You
let
ate
me
them of
persuade
your own
you to follow
accord.
my
So
example.
I say that you should have now. Whether you would. The abbot felt
so long in one
Little John's dagger set against
Elizabeth was surprised, but agreed to it immediately. Miss Bingley succeeded no less in the real object of her civility.
Complete.
Miss Bingley succeeded no less in the real object of her civility.
If this aid is
Darcy looked up. He was as much awake to the novelty of attention in that quarter as Elizabeth herself was.
While the others were feasting,
Unconsciously
had counted out the money in the Laplace's hands.
He was directly invited to join the party, but he declined it, observing that he could imagine but two motives for their choosing to walk up and down the room together, with either of which motives his joining them would interfere.
We must take it all and ask for more. Rogues, scoundrels,
Dying to know
but the prick of Little John's dagger stopped his words.
and asked Elizabeth whether she could at all understand
Please specify a project.
but depend upon it, he means to be severe Ramos.
You shall dance for
And
your
our
supper.
surest way of
Dance, my
disappointing
Lord
him will be to
Abbot.
ask
Dance
him
as
to
you
dance.
once danced your way into my land.
Miss Bingley, however, was incapable
From
of
foot
disappointing
to
Mr.
foot,
Darcy in
terrified
anything,
Abbot hopped.
and persevered
Faster,
therefore in
my Robin,
requiring an
and set an arrow into
explanation
the ground of the
of
Abbot's
his
feet.
two motives.
You have ginger in those toes that
I
we
have
have
not
not
the
seen
smallest
yet.
objection
He
in
shot
explaining
again at the
them, said
jogging
he,
Abbot.
as soon as
This
she
way and
allowed
that,
him
and hops
to
and
speak.
skipped. A desperate, pathetic
You
figure. His
either
eyes wide with
choose
terror,
this
his arms
method
loose as a
of
puppet,
passing
his
the
feet
evening because
flapping
you are in
hectically
each
as he
other's
danced to the
confidence
music
and
of
have
the
secret
outlawed
affairs
hounds.
to discuss,
Enough, enough,
or because
cried
you are
Robin at
conscious
last,
that your figures
wiping the
appear to
tears
the
of laughter
greatest
from his
advantage
eyes.
in walking.
You have made good a little
If
of
the
your
first,
debt
I
with
would
such
be
a merry
completely in your
jig.
way.
And what you have still
And
to
if the
pay
second,
will keep until we
I
meet
could
again.
admire you much
Away
better.
with you.
As I
Little
sit by the
John
fire.
brought out the abbot's mule, and three of the outlaws hoisted him into the saddle.
Shocking!
He's sitting the wrong way
Never
around.
heard anything
the men
so
cried out.
horrible.
Why, so he
How
is,
shall we
agreed Little
punish
John.
him for such a
He's
feat?
facing the beast's head,
Nothing so
girding
easy.
the abbot's waist
If you
with
have
one
but
of
the
his
inclination,
giant
said
arms.
Elizabeth,
Little John
we
plucked
can
him
all
from the
plague and
saddle
punish one
and sat
another,
him down
tease
facing
him,
the
laugh at
mule's
him.
tail. So it was, facing
Intimate
his
as you
mule's
are,
rump,
you must know
that
how
the
it
abbot
is
of
to be
St.
done.
Marie's was led back to join the sheriff's service.
Oh, my Lord, how
There is no light in the great hall of Nottingham Castle. That is the Sheriff of Nottingham, that man of power and arrogance, sat late into the night, talking of his
I feel he may defy us then.
We shall not tolerate it one day more, swore the Sheriff, pressing his fist down on the great elm table. I shall write to wonder myself to tell King Henry how our lives are made intolerable by this arrogant men. 10 days later, the Sheriff of Nottingham stood before King Henry in the courtroom of the Palace of Westminster. Light and flaring torches made the jeweled
uncommon. I hope it will continue, for it would be a great loss to me to have many such acquaintances.
His brows were drawn together, and his mouth set in a hard, ill-tempered line as the
has given me more credit than
relating
the wisest and the best of men, nay, the wisest and best of their actions, may be rendered ridiculous by a person whose first object in life is a joke. Certainly, I
that no forest dead or near was so full of God that no honest man dared take the roads by the forest for fear of their arrows, and how the peasants who received gifts from the outlaws were beginning to question the right of the barons and the teachings of the church. Why, only last month, this rebellious rogue waylaid the good abbot of St. Marie's. He took from him 3,000 crowns that were being brought by the abbot as a gift to your majesty.
But it has been the study of my life to avoid the opposites.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
And to dance frivolously and tying their honest mule face to dines at my best, takes 3,000 pounds meant for me.
He's coming too. Roger that.
While you do nothing but come whining like a cur dog sniffing at my feet. Are you not my sheriff? Are you not appointed to keep the rule of the king in Nottingham and Sherwood? Get you gone and root out this rogue who flaunts our laws. Carry out the duties to which you are appointed, or your head will add a new bauble to the walls of Nottingham Castle.
No, said Darcy, I have made no such pretension. I have faults enough, but they are not, I hope, of understanding. My temper I dare not vouch for. It is, I believe, too little. Certainly too little for the convenience of the world. I cannot forget the follies and vices of others so soon as I laud their offences against myself. My feelings are not puffed about with every attention to move them. My temper will perhaps be overzealous.
He rode into Sherwood.
My good opinion was lost.
A month later, he rode out again.
That is crazy indeed, President. Implacable resentment is a shade in a character, but you have chosen your fault well.
Sherwood was a village for the outlaws, but for the sailors, it was a place of terror where every step might lead them into a swamp.
There is,
where
I believe, in every disposition a tendency to some particular evil, a natural defect, which not even the best of education can overcome. And your defect is to hate everybody. And yours,
but I shall
replied with a smile,
we follow.
is willfully
I doubt it not. Soothsay, but how?
Cried Miss Bingley, tired of a conversation in which she had no share. Louisa,
nor would his majesty be pleased to wait so long. To the outlaw's
her sister had not seen this good pressure. And the pianoforte was a talk of Darcy, and she could even raise her voice up and feel good. Was I strong?
Pour out wine, a few drops.
He began to feel the danger.
Now, he moved his body to
Chapter 12.
again, causing the carriage to slow the wine and let it run. Then he told me,
Elizabeth wrote next morning,
thrusting his head out of his ear, seeing you know so much, how you would take control.
But Mrs. Bennet, who had been a containing at Netherfield,
you would invite my stay.
I would been engaged. But not for long, received pleasure. Her answer then was at least not to Elizabeth's wishes, for she was impatient to get home. Mrs. Bennet sent the word that they could not possibly have the carriage before Tuesday. And it was added that it was to begin the system. She could stand it very well. Against staying long, however, Elizabeth was positively resolved. Nor did she expect to go.
It was real stupid.
And therefore, secretary as being considered as intruding themselves needlessly long. She urged Jane to continue.
What is this?
And at length she was decided the communication excited many
You're the sheriff to see it.
Until the morrow their going was deferred.
You know well how he is.
Snake, are you okay?
Sorry,
Snake!
she proposed for delay, for her jealousy and dislike of one of her much exceeded her affection for the
But he
other.
had not known that there was
The
such
master of the
timidity.
house
There
heard
was a
with
sound
real
of running
sorrow
footsteps coming towards
that
them
they
from
were
the
to go
trees.
so soon,
Somebody
and
toddling,
repeatedly
grasping
tried to
another boy
persuade
of
Miss
about his
Bennet
own
that
age
it would
tightly
not
by
be
the
safe
hand.
for her.
Both boys
You need to retrieve the new U.S. military weapon known as the honeybee. It should be hidden somewhere in Smossy Fort. There's a photo of the honeybee on your iDroid.
Tell Robin Hood what you told me when I found him. The boy looked up blank. His rich clothes were tall and strong. His fine leather suit his face was full of uncivil
A Soviet relay base. Think there's something in there that could lead us to the honeybee.
Be careful, but no sign of admiration. Now
But I am no longer in his service.
nothing
I
that
have
could
come to serve
elevate
you
her with
and to
the
live
hope
the
of
free life of
influencing
the
his
green.
felicity. Sensible that if such an idea has been suggested, his behavior during the last day must have
The
material
shooting
weight
match for the golden arrow is not a true contest. While I was serving him, I heard him tell his orders. It is a trap. He's only holding the contest to lure you to Nottingham. If you go, as he's sure you will, you will be taken prisoner.
He adhered
The outlaws would already warned Robin not to go to Nottingham. We doubled their warning. But Robin set his hands on his hips
on
and
Sunday
laughed at
after
him.
morning service.
Pox on your
separating
face. I shall
so
pluck this
agreeably
arrow from between the sheriff's teeth.
His beneath
And
civility
the
to
same
Elizabeth
teeth
increased at
close
last
about your
very
neck,
rapidly,
said the estate.
as well as her affection
But little
for
John,
Jane.
seeing
And when
that
they
his master
parted,
was
after
settled
assuring the
and
latter,
having a liking in his own heart for such a jest,
He speaks Russian.
after assuring
What we
the
need is
latter
an
of her
interpreter.
pleasure,
The main principle of intelligence work is intel gathering. That's a problem if you don't speak the enemy's language. We need a staff member with the interpreter skill to do a simultaneous interpretation.
the nobleman and gentry of Nottingham, dressed in silks, his ermines and robes,
Mrs. Bennet wondered
You got to extract him.
he leant forward,
give so much trouble, and was
knowing
sure
of the
Jane would
knuckles of
have
his clenched fists.
But their father,
Separated from perhaps,
though very tonic in his expression of pleasure,
taking
was
practice.
really glad to see
They
them.
were dressed in all bright
He had felt their importance in
many
the family
wearing the livery
circle.
of their masters.
The evening conversation,
When the
when
sheriff
they
at
were all
last gave the
assembled,
order to allow the
had
shooting to
lost much
commence,
of its animation,
there was still no
and almost
answer
all its sense
waiting
by
to
the
shoot the
absence of
golden
Jane.
arrow, nor any who resembled any of the
They
outlaws.
found Mary, as usual, deep in the study of thorough
Well, the sheriff watched
Ogre
it.
Battle.
As each archer stepped forward to shoot, the sheriff asked his name.
They found Mary, as usual, deep in
And
the
one of
study
them
of
asked, they
thorough
put his feet to the
base
place.
and human
The
nature,
crowd knew many
and had some
archers. They
extracts
cheered their
to
favourites
admire,
and jeered at
and some
those they
new
disliked, but were
observations
always ready to
of
encourage a
threadbare
brave shot
morality
even if the archer was a stranger. I think nothing of that one, stated a loud-voiced woman from the crowd. As a beggar, dressed in dirty rags, who was almost the last to shoot.
preceding Wednesday.
He were better to use his arrows to hold his rags together.
Boss, get down.
The beggar looked at him. One
Stay
looked
low
at
and crawl
him.
along the ground. That should enable you to sneak
The
past
beggar
enemies.
just managed to stop himself from falling. Your name? Jack. I have no other. Then Jack straight up to shoot before the devil collects his own.
Mr. Bennet to his wife as they were at breakfast the next morning. They could have ordered a good dinner today.
Even the low Robin Hood would
reason
have said
to
turns
expect
nowhere
a
would not accept that tat, said one. Now, the others agreed
I
with him.
know of nobody that is coming.
But the beggar's arrow sounds sweet.
Unless Charlotte Newman should happen to call it, and I hope my dinner for her, because I believe she often sees such at home.
The sheriff's men choice except to see. They joined the 12 archers whose arrows had also been in the time.
Mrs. Bennet's eyes sparkled such a It is distinctly sure.
This time,
well, I am sure I will be glad to see Mr. There is not a bit of fish to be got today. Really, I love the man speak at you. It is not. This round
This time, they stood back and
about a month later, I received this letter. I thought it was a case of some delicacy and requiring early attention.
But one of the ladies sat very still, brown eyes fixed, the blue mouth that they made.
When I read, I turned out of his house once he
and although she was slender, she must have been 2 years old. She was
I do think it is the hardest thing in the world that your estate should be entailed away from your own and often I'm sure if I had been you, would try Jane Austen but it was a subject which Mrs. Bennet was beyond the reach of reason. And she continued to rail bitterly against the cruelty of settling the estate away from a family of 5 daughters in favour of a man who had no head over the land.
How, as he presented the golden arrow to Robin Hood, his men would surround him, and Robin would use power at last. Some of them all together, checking the stars, the direction of the breeze, and making a great show of his own skill. His arrow flew true, coming so close to the very centre of the tower that the crowd groaned and suffered as he sitting over their
Then I think it is
Stop! Looks like the enemy's lost sight of you. They're gonna try to hunt you down.
A gasp rose from the pit and turned into a roaring cheer, for the beggar's arrow lay buried in the target, closer to the centre than the arrow which was already so close that from a distance they looked like one arrow. But the beggar's arrow lay on the inside and was at the very centre of the target.
Between yourself and my late father,
The sheriff presented the golden arrow to the beggar.
And since I have had the misfortune to lose
I have meant this for better
I
than
have
you.
frequently wished to heal the dream. But sometimes I was kept back by my own difference, fearing lest it might seem disrespectful to his memory for me to be on good terms with anyone with whom it had always pleased him to be at variance.
Then he took the arrow.
There,
Buried it in his ragged round.
my mind is now made responsible for having received ordination at Easter. I have been so fortunate as to be distinguished by the patronage of the Right Honourable Lady Catherine de Bourgh, widow of Sir Louis de Bourgh, whose bounty and beneficence has referred me to the valuable rectory of this parish, where it shall be my earnest endeavour to redeem myself with great respect towards her ladyship, and be ever ready to perform those rites and ceremonies which are instituted by the Church of England. As a clergyman, moreover, I feel it is my duty to promote and establish the blessing of peace and harmony within my influence. My present overtures are highly
The whole of Nottingham knew how Robin Hood had tricked the chef in his own
There
city.
is some sense in what he says
Autumn
about
burns the
the
forest to red dirt.
however, and if
Early
he is
frost
disposed
blind the glasses and rusted the back. The air was sharp and
to make them any
silver.
amends,
In a clearing, Robin Hood and the John would have to see his work with a broadsword. Since their first meeting in the park, the two were both soldiers. They moved now, giving them Little John Fletcher struck down upon his master's left shoulder, crashing against the Robin silenced, letting the soldier slide down his back, while with both hands on the hilt of his sword, he hit Little John and plunged him with his right arm, clutching into his arm. A cheer rose from the watching the bright-eyed lads sitting like squirrels, the troops could not stop inside. Enough! As Little John smuggled his feet and made the Robin again, we will fight another drum. Festus horse in all lines, and by 10 days from the direction, did not find a better soldier than yourself. Not so, only 10 passengers very strong, they were so unselfish. He had taken instant to Little John, and I would not lay a wink between your side of this sea. What name is this? Is the Perch fire, perhaps Fountain's Head Abbey, or Fire Tuck? At first, Little John heard this was the years, but then he heard with why it stood for you did not make mention to me, and it's the manager, and it was one. Robin's predictions confirmed by splendid writing. Tell me more. He lived in a small town well enough out of water. He never ready to live message. And I think so. He liked to use the arms to see himself. Superb in the lady ready and Mr. I should say Wilson led the way to Fountain. Little John,
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
Came with.
But that in
this instance, when the forest path had been followed, opened out to green pastures that sloped down to a fast-flowing river. There is Fountain. He pointed across the river to where the roofs of
this gallantry was not much to the taste of some of his hearers.
I have a mind to meet this famous
Mrs. Bennet had quarrelled with no compliments.
Take your wit with you then, warned Stiffly. He's a cunning rogue.
I'm sure.
I have my
and
horse.
I wish with all my
One
heart
blast
it
will
may
bring
prove
6
so,
brave men
for
toward
else
my wits.
they will be
And he walked on alone down towards the river. The outlaws turned back into the trees and stretched themselves out under the warmth of an autumn sun. Robin followed the rolling, peat-brown river, searching for bricks or a ford where he might cross over. His heart was light within him at the thought of finding a man to join his band, such as this fire tuck promised to be.
There is no knowing how
Soon Robin reached a place where the river flowed more slowly. He took a stick and, testing the depth of the water, knew that it would reach over his thighs if he waded across.
And could say
having no
much
wish for such a
on the
wetting,
subject,
he looked around,
but that I am
but could
cautious
see
of
no other way
appearing
across.
forward and precipitate.
It seemed if he
But
was
I can
fine
assure the young
he
ladies
must
that I
risk a
come
soaking.
prepared
At that
to
moment,
admire them.
he saw a figure
At
sitting on
present,
the
I will
opposite
not
bank.
say more.
He
But
was half hidden
perhaps
by a knot of
when we
willow
are better
trees,
acquainted.
but Robin could see that he wore
He was
a
interrupted
hat.
by a summons to
His
dinner,
head
and
was
the girls
tonsured
smiled on
with a
each other.
shaved crown.
They
and
were
a
not
halo
the only
black
objects of
curls.
They
His
were
face
not
was round,
the only
the
objects of
whole
Mr.
cheeks,
Collins's
round as the
admiration.
pie, which he was cramming into the huge
The
cap
hall,
of his mouth.
the dining room,
Beneath his
and all its
which
furniture
were
were examined and
curtained
praised,
waist,
and his
two
commendation
solid
of
legs
everything
bound
would have
with
touched Mrs.
enormous
Bennet's
bare
heart,
feet
but
and
for the
soft
mortifying
riverside.
supposition of his
And
viewing
the
it
hand
all
that
as his
fell
own
for the
future
second
property.
eye to follow
The
the
dinner,
first down
too,
with
in its
gaping
turn, was
maw
highly
cast a
admired, and he
thunderous
begged
shadow
to
over the ground.
know to which of his fair cousins the excellency of its cooking was owing. But he was
Setting an arrow
right
to the string of his
there
bow,
by Mrs.
he
Bennet, who
aimed it
assured
straight
him
to
with
the
some
heart of the fat
severity
fire.
that they were very well able to keep a good
You
cook,
wait there to
and
act
that
as
her
a
daughters had
ferryman,
nothing
but I would
to
cross
do
your
in the
river,
kitchen.
and as you have no
He begged
boat that I can
pardon
see,
for having
I
displeased
needs
her.
must ride upon
In
your
a
back.
softened tone, she declared herself
Slowly and
not at
deliberately,
all offended,
the friar packed
but
the last
he
piece
continued
of
to
pie
apologize
into
for
his mouth,
about a quarter of an
dusted the crumbs off his lips, and slowly
Good
wiped
night,
his
everybody.
hands on the hem of his gown. Then he stood up.
Thanks for
His
stopping by.
eyes peered out of his fat face like twin currants stuck into risen dough, but they regarded Robin shrewdly enough. Since I wear the medal
Chapter
of
14.
Christopher,
During
you may put
dinner,
down your boat.
Mr. Bennet
I
scarcely
shall come
spoke
for
at
you
all,
and carry
but
you.
when the servants were withdrawn,
With these words,
he thought it was
friar
time
belt
to
up
have
his
some
gown,
conversation with his
buckled on the
guests,
broadsword that each
and
little
therefore
giant
started a subject in which he
set
expected
his
him
steel
to
cap
shine,
on his shaven head
by
and strode
observing
into the river.
that he seemed very
flowing
fortunate
water
in his
split before him,
patroness.
as if an island were
Lady
on the
Catherine de
march.
Bourgh's
When he reached the
attention
opposite
to
bank,
his
he
wishes and
bent his broad
consideration
back,
for
and
his
without a
comfort
word,
appeared very remarkable. Mr. Bennet could not have chosen better. Mr. Collins was eloquent in her praise. The subject elevated him to more than usual solemnity of manner, and with a most important aspect he protested that he had never in his life witnessed such behavior in a person of rank, such affability and condescension as he had himself experienced from Lady Catherine. She had been graciously pleased to approve of both of the discourses, which he had already had the honor of preaching before her. She had also asked him twice to dine at Rosings, and had sent for him only the Saturday before to make up her pool of quadrille in the evening. Lady Catherine was reckoned proud by many people he knew, but he had never seen anything but affability in her. She had always spoken to him as she would to any other gentleman. She made not the smallest objection to his joining in the society of the neighborhood, nor to his leaving the
At
parish.
Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what Big Wireless does. They charge you a lot, we charge you a little. They put their names in arenas, we put ours on my lower back. So naturally, when they announced they'd be raising their prices due to inflation, we decided to deflate our prices due to not hating you. If this were one of their ads, they'd end it here with a happy...
vouchsafed to suggest
They tell them that it's Brick Reed, the Sentinel, and...
some shelves.
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what Big Wireless does. They charge you a lot.
It is all very proper and civil, I am sure, said Mrs. Bennet, and I dare say she is a
Lowry,
very
one of his
agreeable
reporters.
woman. It is a pity that great ladies in general are not more like her. Does she live near you, sir? The garden in which stands
At Mint Mobile,
my humble
we like to do the
abode
opposite
is
of what Big Wireless does.
only by
They charge you a lot.
from Rosings Park, her ladyship's residence. I think you said she was a widow, sir. Has she any family? She has only one daughter, the heiress of Rosings, and of a very expensive said Mrs. Bennet, shaking her head. Then she is better off than any girls. And what sort of young lady is she? She is the most charming young lady. Lady Catherine herself says that. In point of beauty, Mr. Bourgh is far superior to the handsomest of her sex, because there is that in her features which
Reed.
Oh, Gloria.
And why aren't you out there in that marvelous surf this morning?
I haven't read the paper yet. I don't come to life until I've read the paper.
Lady Catherine that her
Bother the paper. I thought you were out here on a holiday.
I have to find out what's going on in the world.
instead of giving her
That's the penalty of owning the biggest and the best newspaper in the country.
I have a few days left in which to get to a well-known surf.
Then you're definitely taking the clipper back on Friday.
But definitely.
which I conceive myself.
Sorry, I can't persuade you to take the boat back with Dad and me.
I'd like to, but you know that clipper gets there faster.
Here comes your man Friday.
Kate, go over the newspapers.
Well, I'll be running along.
May I ask
Aloha.
whether these pleasing attentions proceed from
I
the
observe the Sentinel is carrying an extra page of advertising.
I guess Gunnigan's new assistant Harper must know his business.
Mr. Gunnigan knows his business too, Mr. Britt. He is the first-class managing editor.
time. And though I sometimes amuse myself with suggesting and arranging such little elegant compliments as may be adapted to ordinary occasions, I always wish to give them as unstudied.
Sure, I just came from having a talk with
Mr.
poor
Bennet's
Bennet.
expectations
That broken leg of his is going to keep him in the hospital for another month.
was as absurd
I'm wondering
as
about
the
that
effect,
accident.
and he listened to him with the
Did he ever
keenest
tell you how it
enjoyment,
happened?
maintaining at the same
Well,
time
it was
the
like
most
this.
resolute composure.
Gunnigan was going home one night from the office in the
accepting an
taxi,
occasional glance
when
from
all of a
Elizabeth,
sudden a big truck
requiring the dose
and the first thing Gunnigan knew, he didn't know anything.
I wonder if there really was an accident.
I always thought poor Gunnigan was framed.
Why, some of the crooks who objected to Sentinel's campaign against racketeers.
Truly a case. With Gunnigan in the hospital and this fella Harper.
Everything announced it to be from a circular.
With this fella Harper, you planted to take his place running the paper. The racketeers are getting away with murder.
They certainly are accident. Now take the lottery racket.
Don't take it, sure, I hate to touch it.
Mr. Reed were here, he'd certainly lose no time in exposing that racket.
Well, why don't Harper do something about it?
And after some deliberation,
Due respect for Gunnigan's judgment, I don't trust Harper.
Well, I got to go to the district attorney's office. You know, he's starting an investigation of this racket.
Isn't that a part of the investigation?
Leave that to me. Sure, I did the DA a lot of favors when I was a cop.
Do you know, Mama, that my Uncle Phillips talks of turning away Richard?
It's a good thing you got flat feet manufactured, or I'd have pulled you over.
Flat feet? On Saturday. I shall walk to
Well, sure now, they're better for understanding than a flat head like yours, Mr. Lowry.
Lydia was bid by her two elder sisters to hold her tongue. Mr. Collins, much offended, laid aside his book
Better follow him.
and said,
Why, where's he going?
DA's office.
Often observed
Said the DA was going to expose the lottery racket.
interested in books of a
for me.
serious stamp, though written solely for their benefit. It amazes me, I confess, for certainly there can be nothing so advantageous to them as instruction. But I will no longer importune my young cousin. Then turning to Mr. Bennet, he offered himself as an antagonist at backgammon. Mr. Bennet accepted
I sent
the
for you,
challenge,
Harper, because you're
observing
falling
that
down
he
on the
acted
job.
very
In
wisely
what way, Mr.
leaving the
Brooke?
girls to
I
their
got
own
you the job on the
trifling
Sentinel
amusements.
by forging
Mrs.
credentials
Bennet
for you from a Paris newspaper.
apologized
If
most
I hadn't known Gunnigan from the early days, he'd never have given me the job, despite your credentials.
But the accident I arranged, putting Gunnigan in the hospital, was responsible for him appointing you to his place. You've done very well by the Sentinel, but what have you done for our syndicate?
I'm publishing daily a quarter-page disbursement ad giving the winning numbers in the syndicate lottery.
Naturally, since I put you in charge of our lottery business,
I have as great an interest in all the syndicate business.
Listen, Harper, you know what your job was. To dispose of Britt Reed and to cripple his paper so the syndicate could buy it outright.
That takes time.
You had plenty and you failed. Now I'm warning you for the last time. Britt Reed must be disposed of before he leaves the void.
Of nature
You may go.
had been
that way.
but little assisted by education or society. The greatest part of his life having been spent under the guidance of
Boys, I'm
illiterate
proud of you. This is just the kind of thing that Mr. Reed would like to see in his paper.
Boy, was that a scoop. The DA didn't hold back a thing.
Don't forget who did the scooping. Sure, them racketeers will be shaking in their boots when they read that exposure.
Any useful acquaintance.
What exposure?
The subjection in which his father had brought him up had given him
answer me.
originally great
Story about the lottery
humility of
racket
manner,
the boys dug up
but
in
it
the
was
DA's.
now a good deal
Lottery
counteracted
racket?
by
What's it
the
about?
self-conceit
Sure, it's a scheme by which the racketeers take the pennies away from the poor.
consequential feelings of
It's just the
early
type
and
of thing that Mr. Reed would crusade against if he were here.
Who assigned you to this story, Axford? Well, sure, I dug it up myself from the DA.
He's looking for free publicity when he starts making a mountain out of a molehill.
And the respect
Playing for pennies can't hurt anybody. But we heard the testimony about suicide. Ridiculous. This story isn't worth the price of putting it in type.
with a very...
Next time you start an investigation, consult me first.
Yes. His authority as
For the next few days, I'm assigning you to the cattle country in the northern part of the state.
Is there something up there you want to have investigated?
Yes. Find out if they expect a drought this year, and if so, why.
Having now a good house and a very sufficient income, he intended to marry.
Wait till Reed gets
And in
back.
seeking a reconciliation with the
Something's going on here.
family, he
And it's up to us to find out what it is.
as he meant to choose one
No,
of the
before we go
daughters.
back to the mainland, we really ought to go to one of those, native feasts. What do you call them?
Luau, you mean?
Yes,
This
a
was his
luau.
plan of amends of
A cablegram just arrived from Miss Case, Mr. Britt.
How do you know it's from Case?
She is the only one who has your address.
Full of eligibility.
Case is my right-hand woman.
Excessively generous and disinterested on his own part. His plan could not vary on seeing Miss Bennet's lovely face confirmed
I'll have
his
to answer
views
this.
and
Excuse me
established
just a minute.
I have brought
all his
cable blank and pencil, Mr.
notions
Britt.
of what was due to seniority.
Chief says you've got to make a few changes in your staff. Why?
Was his
They're getting too
single
nosy. Well, I
The
was
next
going to...
morning, however, made an alteration, for in a quarter of an hour's tete-a-tete with Mrs. Bennet before breakfast,
What do you
a
want?
conversation beginning with his
When you found no one in the outer office, why didn't you knock?
leading naturally to the avowal of his hopes that a mistress might be found for it at Longbourn,
Cable
produced
addressed to Miss Case.
amid very complacent
I'm taking no
smiles,
chances.
general encouragement, a caution against the very Jane he had fixed on. As to her young
This is a
lady,
job for you, Bordine.
she could not
Leaving
take
here
upon
next
her
Friday,
to
trying to
say
keep her.
she could
Signed
not
Reed.
positively
Reed must never
answer,
leave Hawaii.
But she did
Let it be a nice
know
trip.
of any
A chance to get even with Reed for trying to send me to the chair instead of Kirk for that Sweeney murder.
She felt it incumbent.
Clever leaves here for Hawaii tomorrow morning.
was
That'll get you
very
there in time.
Was likely
We've got to talk this over with the boss. Come on.
Mr. Collins had only to change from Jane to Elizabeth, and it was soon done. While Mrs. Bennet was
There's Reed
staring
now. They're coming this way.
I don't know why you
Elizabeth
can't come back on the boat with us.
next to
There's
Jane.
only a few days difference between the boat and the Clipper.
Of course.
Why don't you persuade your father to go back on the Clipper?
Treasured up
Good evening, Bruce.
Oh, good evening, sir.
Hello there.
that she
Well,
might
Gloria,
see
it's time we started. We're going to that
and the
luau.
man whom she could not
Why don't you come along, Britt?
the day before
That's
was now
right, Dad. You
her
make
good
him
graces.
come.
Where is it going to take
Lydia's
place?
intention
In a native village about halfway between here and
Her
Halavia.
sister,
I'd like to go.
Mary, agreed to
I'll tell you what, I have some work to do.
And Mr.
You'll go on
Collins
ahead and I'll join you there later.
Grand.
At the request
Bye-bye.
of Mr.
Bye.
Bennet, who was most anxious to get rid of him, had his library to
You know where they're having this luau?
Sure.
I know everything that happens around here. What's your plan? It's a cinch. I'll get my boys. He'll trail Reed's car when he leaves the luau, jump him, and only the sharks off Diamond Head will know what happened.
Mr. Bennet,
Sounds easy. Let's get started.
Cessation of his house and garden at Hunsford. Such doings discomposed Mr. Bennet exceedingly. In his library he had always short of leisure, tranquility, and the pairs he proposed to meet with Folly and
Great Scott, it's near morning.
every other
If I don't get back, I'll miss the Clipper.
And the Clipper waits for no man.
Oh, well, it's been a glorious night. I'm awfully glad I came. Let's go find your father and the rest of the party.
And Mr. Collins, being found much better fitted was extremely
Reed and his servant are just leaving.
close his
Anybody else with them? Just the driver. 3 of them, eh? We can handle them. You drive the car.
nothings on his side, and civil assents of that on his husband.
Let's get started.
Cessation of his house and nothings on his side, and civil assents of that on his husband.
Let's get started.
Cessation of his house and nothings on his side, and civil assents of that on his husband.
It'll be daylight. Can't dump them off Diamond Head now without being seen. What do we do with them then? Let's take them up to my fishing shack and keep them there till tonight. All right? Yeah, that's all right.
The officer was the very dead concerning whose return from London
Throw him in the back room.
came to inquire, and he bowed as he passed. All were struck with the stranger's air. All wondered who he could be, and Kitty and Lydia, determined, if possible, to find out, led the way across the street under pretense of wanting something in an opposite shop, and fortunately had just gained the pavement
When the two gentlemen turning back had reached the same spot.
You're sure your men can be trusted?
Mr. Denny
Reed
addressed
recognized me, and it wouldn't be healthy for me if he escaped. Don't worry.
his friend,
Reed and that Oriental haven't a chance in the world. I'll come back tonight and finish the job. All right, then. We'll return to my hotel and I'll pay you off. I'm pulling out the steamer that leaves this morning.
This was exactly as it should be, for the young man wanted only regimentals to make him completely charming. His appearance was greatly in his favor. He had all the best part of beauty. A fine countenance, a good figure.
Mr. Brett, there are 3 guards on that outer room. I heard them say last night that they were going to throw us in the ocean tonight. If we let them. Hey, I recognize the fellow that drove the car. He's Bourdin, a crook.
Unassuming. And the whole party was still standing and talking together very agreeably.
What about that meat cleaver? It suggests something.
Drew their notice. And Darcy and Bingley were seen riding down the street. On distinguishing the ladies of the group, the two gentlemen came directly towards them and began the usual civilities. Bingley was the principal spokesman, and Miss Bennet the principal object. He was then, he said, on his way to London on purpose to inquire after her. Mr. Darcy corroborated it with a bow and was beginning to determine what defenses he placed on his own when they were suddenly surprised by a stranger. Elizabeth, wanting to see the countenance of the other characters was also shocked by the effect of the writing. One looked white, the other red.
Now for the clipper if we can make it.
A few moments, touched his hat, the salutation.
We have missed it. Oh, we still have time to catch the boat.
And to report Bourdin to the police.
But he's on the clipper. I'll cable the authorities to meet it on its arrival.
That they should come in, and even
weren't you on deck?
Throwing up the
door.
window and seconded the invitation.
Rufus fell down the job.
You mean it didn't fix Reed? How do you know?
And the two
Reed is down on board. That means I'll have to lay low all the way across.
I don't see why. You've got him where you want him, and as soon as it's dark, you can.
She was eagerly
Gotta give the ships off since 4 days for an investigation. Remember, I've got a record.
Well, then what are you guys?
As their own
Lay low like I told you.
had not fetched.
Now, the captain's ball takes place the last night of our voyage. There'll be plenty of excitement.
She happened to see Mr. Jones.
I'll be safely ashore before they discover this passenger missing.
That they were not to send any more drags to Netherfield because the Miss Bennets were come away. When her civility was claimed towards Mr. Collins by Jane's introduction.
What's the matter, Gloria?
Serious? It's not a very good
Which he
feeling.
returned with,
I think I'd better go to my cabin.
apologizing for his intrusion without any previous acquaintance with her, which he could not help flattering himself, however, might be justified by his relationship to the young ladies who introduced him to her notice.
I feel better now. I'll rest for a few moments and join you later.
I'll call you back to my cabin and see if you're feeling all right.
I'm sure I will.
The contemplation of one stranger was soon put to the end by exclamation and inquiries about the other, of whom, however, she could only tell her nieces what they already knew, that
the matter,
Mr. Denny
Bourdin is on the steamer.
Are you sure?
Yes, Mr. Brett. I saw him on deck and followed him to his cabin. It's room 97 on B deck. Come, I'll show you.
Wait a minute, not so
For the
fast.
last hour, she said,
I just
as
can't
he
make it
walked
out.
up and down the street.
He must have known for 4 days that we've been on this
Had
boat.
Mr. Wickham appeared
And has
to
made no
Lydia,
further attempt on our
would
lives.
certainly have
Oh, that's the mystery.
the occupation.
Bourdin
But
has a lot of information
no one passed
I need.
windows left except a few of the officers who, in
I'd give $1,000 right now if I had the Green Hornet outfit.
become
Thank you, Mr. Brett. I can use that $1,000 very nicely.
Some of them were to dine
You mean you have it?
the next day, and their aunt promised to make her husband call
Good.
Mr. Wickham and give him an
I
invitation.
found it best not to leave it in your apartment. If you're building cockfire, why should someone find it?
It would be difficult to explain.
I think
that
so,
they
Mr.
would
Pitt.
have a nice, comfortable, noisy game of lottery tickets.
Now, Cato,
and a little bit of hot
Mr. Bourdin is about to tell me for whom he's working. Other things I want to find out.
I'm sure he will, sir.
And they parted in mutual.
You know, he collected a reward of $5,000 from the state when he turned in Kirk for Sweeney's murder. He knew all the time Kirk was innocent.
Unwearied.
I'd like to return that money to the state.
Perfectly neat.
The mask.
As they walked on, Elizabeth related to Jane what she had seen pass between the two gentlemen. But though Jane would have defeated
Don't follow me
either
too
or
closely.
both,
We mustn't be seen together on deck.
Here's the gas gun.
Had
And
they
remember,
appeared
room 97,
wrong,
B deck.
Right.
defended her.
Tonight, the Green
Though
Hornet
Jane
strikes
was
again.
either or both, had they appeared to be in the wrong, she could not explain such behaviour to her sister.
The Green Hornet.
On his
You've guessed
return,
right, Bordine. Keep your hands in the clear.
Mrs. Bennet
What do you
by
want?
admiring
A number
Mrs.
of
Phillips's
things.
manners
But
and
first,
politeness.
why were you in
He
Honolulu?
protested that
I was sent to Hawaii to put Reed out of commission.
What have you got against Reed? Who sent you?
Is this a laugh?
never
It was
seen
Harper,
Harper.
the guy who's running Reed's newspaper while he's
For
away.
she had
He's a
not
big shot in the
only
syndicate.
received him with
The head of the lottery racket.
The lottery racket, eh? And $1 million a month rake-off.
That's a pretty good guess. Why are you so interested?
That's my business.
Utterly
You want to cut in, eh?
I am cutting in, Bordine, and you're helping me. First, I want to clear up one matter.
I don't get you.
I'll explain.
He had
Sit down at that desk.
with so much attention in the whole course of his life.
Now, write down what I dictate.
Chapter 16.
I, the undersigned,
As no objection was made to the young people's
Confess
engagement with their aunt,
to the murder of
and all
Patrolman
Mr.
Pat
Cullen's
Sweeney.
scruples of
I'm
leaving
confessing
Mr. and
nothing.
Mrs. Bennet for a
It wasn't murder. I killed Sweeney in self-defense.
Yet you pinned the charge of murder on Kirk, an innocent man who was sent up for life.
Him and his five
It was
cousins
Kirk's fault. The
had a
cops
suitable
caught up with me.
hour to
And
marry
you
to.
collected a reward of
And the girls had the
$5,000 from
pleasure
the state
of
for
hearing,
turning in Kirk.
as they entered the drawing room, that Mr. Wilton had accepted their uncle's invitation and was then in the house.
Fire on the hold.
When this
Order all men out of
information was
station.
given,
All
and
passengers
they had
on deck.
all taken their
Send out an
seats,
SOS. I'll go to the
Mr.
bridge right away.
Collins was at leisure to look around him and admire, and he was so struck with the size and furniture of the apartment.
Are you letting me go now?
I'm asking you questions.
Almost
Hand me over your
lost
wallet.
himself in the
I'm collecting the Sweeney reward money.
breakfast parlor at
It's all I got, Hornet, about $2,500.
not at first convey
Not so fast, Bordine.
but
Now answer my
Mrs.
question, quick.
Phillips understood
Who's
from
behind
him
Harper? Who's the head of the syndicate?
Rosings
I can't
was,
tell that.
and
I
who
can't.
was
It means certain death
proprietor.
for me.
When she listened to the description,
Answer my question.
I can't. They'll kill me.
and found
I can
that
escape the
she
police, but not the
was
syndicate.
alone, of course, being hired. She felt all the
in the small summer breakfast parlour at Rosings, comparison that did not at first convey much gratification, but when Mrs. Phillips understood from him that Rosings was what Rosings was and who was its proprietor, when she had listened to the description of only one Lady Catherine's drawing rooms and found that the chimney piece alone had cost £800, she felt and would hardly have resented comparison with the housekeeper's room. what she heard, and who was resolving to contain it all among her neighbours as soon as she could. To the girls who could not listen to their cousin, and who had nothing to do but to wish for an instrument and examine their own indifferent imitations of China ornamentals, the interval of waiting had been very long. It was over at last, however, the gentleman did approach, and when Mr. Wickham walked into the room, Elizabeth felt that she had neither been seen him before, nor had him since. The smallest of the members of the family, the officers of the shire, were in general very creditable, gentlemanlike sight, and the best of them were of the present party. But Mr. Wickham was as far beyond
Send every available cutter to the aid of the Paradise.
Paradise, St. Landis and Pier 21. Contact all hospital and ambulance service. Send special detail to Pier 21.
That's fine, and thanks very much. I hope you get all right.
I know little of the game of business,
Suffering snakes, Lowry. Do you see what I'm seeing?
Look, Rip, there's Father. I'll join him.
Rip, read. Goodbye, Gloria. I'll see you later.
Mr. Wickham did not care.
Read, my boy. Are you all right? Oh, gee. Sure, it is a sight for sore eyes to be seeing you. Nobody had any idea you were on that ship.
Boy, is this a scoop for the summer, or is this a scoop? We come down here to get eyewitness stuff and find you all aboard packing a whole story.
I'll dictate it on the way to the office. Hold this case and tell her to hold the presses for an extra. Okay, Chief. How about a little exclusive story for myself while the kid's busy on the phone?
All right, Cato, give him the story.
Oh, but attention for anyone in particular. Allowing for the common demands of the game,
Hello?
Mr. Wickham was therefore at leisure
Yes,
to talk
Lowry.
to Elizabeth, and she
What's
was
this?
very willing to hear him.
Mr. Reed on the Paradise.
Though what she chiefly
Was he
wished
all
to
right?
hear, she could not hope to be told.
Oh, I'm so
the
glad.
history of his acquaintance with Mr.
And he wants the
Darcy.
presses held for an extra.
She dared.
All right, I'll have the men in the composing room
mention
stand by.
that gentleman.
Tell
Her
Mr. Reed how
curiosity,
delighted we are
however,
that he's back.
was
and safe.
unexpectedly relieved. Mr. Wickham began the subject himself. He
Get that story in
inquired
right away, Lowry.
how
Tell him to
far
rush it. Yes, sir.
Netherfield
Hello,
was
Casey.
Hello.
married.
I can't tell you how glad we are to
after
have you
receiving
back.
her
I'm certainly glad to be here.
asked in a
There are a number of things
hesitating
that need your
manner
attention.
how long
But I
Mr.
suppose you'd
Darcy
like to
had
rest
been
first.
staying there.
I'll straighten things out. Rest later.
About a month, said Elizabeth, and then
Well,
unwilling to let
Mr.
the
Reed,
subject
it's
drop,
quite a surprise to
added,
see you. We didn't expect
he
you.
is a man of very
We had no
large
idea you
property
were on the
in Derbyshire,
Paradise.
I understand. Yes,
How's Gunnigan?
replied Mr.
He'll be able to leave the hospital in a few
His
weeks.
estate
That's fine. I'm glad to hear that. We need Gunnigan on this paper.
I believe you'll find that my services have been very satisfactory.
You could not have
The
met with a
advertising has
person more
increased
capable of
considerably.
giving you
That's good.
certain
If it's the right
information
kind of
on that
advertising.
than
Well,
myself.
we're safe on that score.
For I have been connected
I had everything
with his
checked by
family in a
Gunnigan. I
particular
consulted him
manner from
daily.
my
All right,
infancy.
Mr. Harper. I'll talk with Gunnigan tonight
But
at
look
the hospital.
surprised.
See you in the morning.
You may well
Very
be
well, Mr.
surprised,
Reed.
Miss Bennet, at such an assertion.
I'll see you in the morning.
After seeing,
Good
as you
night.
probably might,
Good night.
the very cold manner of our meeting yesterday. As much as I have wished to be able, I have spent 4 days in the same house with him, and I think it very disagreeable.
So Reed's alive and back on the job.
Being agreeable
Harper has
or
failed
otherwise.
again. He insisted on sending
I am not
Bourdin on a job he
qualified
should have done himself.
You know,
I have known
Krogan,
him too long and too
I never
well to
did
be a
trust that
fair
guy
judge.
Harper. I always
It
figured
is
that if he ever
impossible
slipped
for
up
me
on a
to be
European
impartial,
lottery racket,
but
he'd
I
give the
believe
syndicate the
your
double cross.
opinion of
You're right,
him would
Tara.
in general
It's up to
astonish,
you to
and
take care
perhaps
of
you would
Harper.
not express
I
it quite so
understand.
strongly.
And I know exactly where he'll be hiding out.
You are in your
That
own
old house
family.
he inherited from his
Oh,
sister.
upon my word.
Take
I
Ringo with
say
you.
no more.
He's the best
Here
trigger man
than
in
I might
town.
say in any house in
I
the
leave
neighborhood
everything to
except
you.
Netherfield.
Take the private
He is not at all
elevator.
liked in Hertfordshire.
And don't miss
Everybody's
on this
disgusted
job.
with his pride. You will not find him more favorably spoken of by anyone.
Cato,
Pretend to be sorry.
we have two very important jobs to do tonight.
I understand, Mr. Britt.
That he
We
or
will
that
call
any
on
man
Mr.
should not
Harper.
be
Oh, yes.
estimated beyond
And
their
we'll deliver to the
deserts.
district attorney's home Bourdain's confession that he killed Sweeney and the money he collected for turning in Kirk.
The world is blinded by his fortune and consequence, or frightened by his high and imposing manners, and sees him only as he chooses to be seen. I should take him even on my slight acquaintance to be an ill-tempered man.
Park the car around the corner, but come back and keep your eye on the house. I may need you.
I hope your plans in favor of the Shire will not be affected by his being in the neighborhood. Oh no, it is not for me to be driven away by Mr. Darcy. If he wishes to avoid seeing me, he must go. We are not on friendly terms, and it always gives me pain to meet him, but I have no reason for avoiding him.
It was just an accident. We'd get back to
But what I
America.
might
It wasn't my
claim
fault.
for all
You know
the
the penalty
world
for
is
failure,
very
Harper.
great
I have my orders from the chief.
and most
I have you
painful
covered.
regrets at
Reach.
his being
Green Hornet.
what he is.
Drop that gun.
His father, Miss Bennet, the late Mr. Darcy,
Drop that gun,
was
I
one
say.
of the best men who ever breathed,
Get
have
Harper.
ever breathed. And a truest friend I have. And I can never be in company with this Mr. Darcy without being
Not so
moved
fast,
to
Harper.
the soul by
Get
a
down from
thousand
there.
tender recollections. His behavior to myself has been scandalous, but I verily believe I could forgive him anything and everything.
You saved my
rather than
life,
his
Mona.
disappointing the hopes
Those crooks were going to bump me off.
disgracing
For what reason? I found out too much about their rackets, especially the lottery racket, which you've been handling for the syndicate. I have nothing to do with the lottery racket. This is a confession from Bourdain that he killed Pat Sweeney.
Mr. Wickham began to speak on more
And this is part of the reward money he collected for turning in Kirk. I know all about you, Harper. And I'm cutting in on that European lottery racket, and a lot more that your syndicate is handling. Oh, so that's it. All right, Hornet. What's your proposition? First, I want you to give me a complete list of all the rackets the syndicate is handling. They have a tie-up with all the important rackets in the country. And the lottery racket alone brings in about $1 million a month. You've come pretty close to it. Now come clean, Harper. What's the name of the outfit, and who's the head?
And the very great intentions and excellent acquaintance.
I can't tell you that. Yes, you can. And I'm going to make you. Don't you?
I have been a disappointed
I'll tell you.
man, and my spirits will not bear solitude. I
The name of
society. A military life is not what I was intended for, but circumstances have now the church.
Are you all right?
What happened to the other rat?
I got his gun when he escaped. Both of these men were killed?
Harper was killed by that shot from the window. I used my gas gun on the other. Keep watch outside.
Darcy bequeathed me the next presentation of the best woman in his gift. He was my godfather, and excessively attached to him. I cannot be justice to his kindness. He loved to arrive from my
Police, they must have heard the shooting.
Come on, Cato. We're going to the DA's office. We got part of what we came for. The police will do the rest.
Morning, boss. What do you think about Harper's doing?
Not so hot. Sit down. Who do the police think killed Harper?
Well, they figured that the harder by bumping off Harper was getting even with the Sutton for offering a reward for his capture.
Well, by the same token, now that I'm back on the job, I suppose the Hornet will be after me. Huh?
Well, the district attorney thinks, and so does the police.
By the way, what was your candid opinion of Harper?
Also, I always thought that Harper had some tie-up with the racketeers.
Well, you're right. I want you to call on a friend of his, Mr. J.E. Lynch.
Lynch? I know him. He's a lawyer. He called here several times to see Mr. Harper.
Tell him you won all the dope on the European lottery. Also, tell him that Harper was very careless about leaving his memorandum book around where it could be found.
Also, I'm on my way.
This is quite shocking. He deserves to be publicly
Case?
disgraced.
Is Ashford there?
No, Mr. Reed.
When he comes in, tell him I want to see him.
But it shall not be done.
Yes?
Till I can forget his father,
What?
I can never defy.
He might be bluffing. Give him a cross-exam and find out how much he really knows. Fitch says that Lowry has sent for reporters in his office, standing all the dope on the European lot. He says that Britt Reed found a memorandum book containing a lot of information in the desk Harper was using at the Sentinel.
That means that Britt Reed will start an investigation, and when that news hound starts to investigate, he never stops.
I'll stop him. I'll close all our lottery offices today.
That'll cut off a lot of revenue.
It's the only way we can stop Reed's investigation.
Irritated him, I believe,
Yes?
very early in life.
All right, admit that you were. And tell him that as Harper's attorney, you're closing all the European lottery offices today.
Which was often.
Yes. I'd give $100,000 to know just how much information was in that memo book concerning our enterprises.
Might be worth a lot more than that.
So very ill of him.
Holy crow, have I got to be? I was over to see my friend, the district attorney, and what do you think happened?
He made you his deputy.
Yes, he did. No. But he told me that at his home.
Plenty of time for that. Sit down. I want some
After a
information.
few minutes reflection,
Know anything about the Colton Ammunition Company?
Do I know? Didn't I lose my 3 months' salary buying a bunch of their worthless stock?
You remember, Mr. Reed? They got a large order for shells from Europe.
Oh, then they floated a stock issue for money to expand their plant.
Yes, and then a lot of serious accidents happened, and part of the building was destroyed.
And the company went broke. And the lot of poor devils like me lost their shirts.
Did Harper ever mention the Colton plant?
Not in my hearing. We did carry several half-column want ads for mechanics and machinists for the company that bought Colton's out.
Oh, that might explain the note in this memo book that Harper was so careless to leave behind.
And what does the note say?
It says, word Colton want ads in manner to attract the kind of men we can handle.
By all the saints. Didn't I tell you, Casey, that Harper was tied up with the crooks?
Michael, get your car. You and I are going out to the Colton plant to investigate the new setup.
Sure, it's parked right across the street and raring to go.
Passed together. Inmates of the same house, sharing the same amusements. Occupants of the same parental care. My father began life in the profession which your uncle...
I'm here to see Mr. Foley, your superintendent. Have you an appointment? Tell him Britt Reed of the Sentinel here to look over the plant.
Used to the late Mr. Darcy and devoted all his
Call
time
Foley on the phone.
of Pemberley property.
Is this the main entrance?
This is the only entrance. No one is allowed ahead of an employee.
By Mr. Darcy, a most intimate, confidential friend. Mr. Darcy often acknowledged himself to be under
All right.
the greatest obligations
This way.
of my father's active superintendence, and when immediately before my father's
Foley, I tell you, we can't allow this Reed to go snooping around the plant asking questions. He's an ex-convict in the city. You recognize some of the work?
You think he recognized you?
Sure.
And keep out of sight. I certainly will. Hello? Foley, connect me with Krogan.
Just to you.
Yes?
If from no better
What?
motive, then he should
Reed.
not have been too proud to
Yeah, Reed and his bodyguard Axman are here to look over the plant.
I let them through the gate. They're waiting in the guard's office.
Well, don't let them go beyond your office. Tell them you have strict orders not to admit anyone to the plant but employees.
This is my chance to dispose of Reed.
It certainly is. Reed's attempt to investigate our Colton plant is further proof that Harper's book furnished him with a complete list of our enterprises.
I'll stop Reed's investigation if it's the last thing I do.
All right, now I tell you, Michael.
Can such abominable pride...
Foley, if you don't let us go through your plant, I'm turning the whole thing over to the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
I've got my orders and I'm going to enforce them.
Who gives you your orders?
President of the company, Mr. Colton.
Colton sold out.
He's still president, and besides, you're wasting a lot of my time. If you don't want to waste more time in the hospital, keep a silver tongue in your head.
Michael.
Not to appear to disgrace his family, to denigrate them from the popular qualities, or lose the influence of the Pemberley house is a powerful motive. He has also brotherly pride, which, with some brotherly affection, makes him a very kind and careful guardian of his sister.
There they go. Pull out. We lay for him at Dead Man's Curve.
What sort of girl is Miss Darcy?
Well, just as sure as you're alive, the new setup now controlling the Colton plant is a bunch of saboteurs.
I agree with you there.
And she's too much like her brother, very proud. As a child, she was affectionate and pleasing and
If I
extremely
plug him here, their
confident,
car might go over that
and
cliff.
devoted hours and hours
Keep your motor running. Here they come.
But she's nothing to me now. She's a handsome girl, 15 or 16, and I
Please,
understand
keep going
how
and step
accomplished. Since her father's death, has been attended by a lady mostly superintendent
devils I'd like to... we're lucky to be alive, Michael. Those fellows would have finished us off if the police car hadn't come along chasing those speeders.
Sure, I wish I had the automatic. Them crooks is likely to come after us again.
You're right. Pull out and step on it. We can beat them back to town.
And with half the workmen in our plant ex-convicts, and our storage vaults packed with bombshells for a foreign government, an FBI investigation would be too healthy for us, would it?
I'll say it wouldn't.
All right, now listen. By this time tomorrow, the Colton plant will be just a big hole in the ground. What do you mean? For 2 months, I've been selling the Colton plant outright to Mr. Grinson, agent for the foreign
Among those who are at
You mean that Grinson's going to take over the Colton plant?
He thinks he is. Lynch, our attorney, has been handling the deal. He's already been paid $400,000 in cash. Tonight, Vincent makes his final payment, $100,000. At your house, boy.
Well, why my house?
It's the most convenient place in which the foreign agent can mysteriously disappear. Tara will take care of that after Lynch receives the final payment.
I'll see to that part of it.
Then our pilot, Tom G, will bomb the Colton plant in the air. The guards, of course.
Okay, Grover. Why destroy the plant?
With this rigid investigation going on, manufacturing large shells for a foreign government is too risky an enterprise even for our citizens.
But when Mrs. Phillips began expressing concern
Tonight, Cato, the Green Hornet is going to call on Mr. Foley, superintendent of the Colton ammunition plant.
We will go to the Colton plant?
No. We're going to Foley's home.
I know very well
10 miles out on the highway, north of the Red River drawbridge.
sit down to a card table. They must
Tonight,
take their
the Green Hornet
chances
strikes
on
again.
these things. And happily, I am not in such circumstances as to be there are but thanks to Lady Catherine.
The amount is correct, Mr. Grinson. $101,000 bill. You have my receipt, bill of sale ready for me, Mr. Lynch? Here they are, sir. In perfect order.
A few moments, he asked Elizabeth in a low voice whether her relation was very intimately
They're correct.
with the family of the
And now, gentlemen, Colton ammunition plant belongs to my government.
An operation will be carried on as at present?
I hardly know how
No.
Mr. Collins was first.
There'll be a drastic change in the personnel.
But he certainly has one.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening,
Mr. Grinston.
You know, of course, that Lady Catherine de Bourgh and Lady Anne Darcy were sisters. Consequently, she is aunt to the cousin of Mr. Darcy. No, indeed, I did not. I knew nothing
There's
about
someone leaving.
Catherine's connections. I never heard of her
No.
existence. David
Wait here.
yesterday. Her daughter, Miss de Bourgh.
Now I'll phone Colton the good news. That'll be his signal to destroy the Colton plant.
Oh, you better use the phone in the hall. I'm expecting a long distance.
This information made Elizabeth smile as she thought.
$100,000. The final payment of $500,000 on the Colton plant. The syndicate certainly cleaned up big on that deal.
Yeah, considering the very low price we paid Colton for it. And after we put the plant on the skid.
Keep your hands in the clear. The Green Hornet. Surprised to see me, eh? I'll take over that $100,000, and you crooks are going to answer some important questions. Get over it.
Gratitude misreads him, and that in spite of her being his patroness, she is an arrogant and conceited
Follow, step on it.
clever, but I rather believe she derives a lot of her abilities from her who chooses that
step on it. You got a gun, why don't you use it?
It's a good thing we built this car bulletproof.
It sure is. Pull up as close as you can. I've got to get that crook a shot of gas.
She knew not how to believe that Mr. Darcy could be so unworthy of Mr. Bingley's regard, and yet it was not in her nature to question the veracity of a young man of such amiable appearance as Wickham. The possibility of his having endured such unkindness was enough to interest all her tender feelings, and nothing remained therefore to be done but to think well of them both, to defend the conduct of each, and to throw into the account of accident or mistake whatever could not be otherwise explained. They have both been deceived, I dare say, in some way or other, of which we can have no idea. Interested people have perhaps misrepresented each to the other. It is, in short, impossible for us to conjecture the causes or circumstances which may have alienated them without actual evidence. Very true indeed. And now, my dear Jane, what have you got to say on the interested people who have probably been concerned in the business? Do you hear them too, or shall we be obliged to think of something? Laugh as much as you choose, but you will not laugh me out of my opinion. My dearest Lizzie, do but consider in what a disgraceful light it places Mr. Darcy, to be accepting his father's favourite in such a manner, one whom his father had promised to provide for. It is impossible. No man of common humanity, no man who had any value for his character could be capable of it. Can his most intimate friends be so excessively deceived in him?
But I got the $100,000 in that briefcase.
I could much more easily believe Mr. Bingley's being imposed on than that Mr. Wickham should invent such a history of himself as he gave me last night. Names, facts, everything mentioned without ceremony. If it be not so, let Mr. Darcy contradict it. Besides, there was truth in his lips.
No, not much.
It is
I jumped before the car hit the water. The others? They're both gone.
One does not
Hurry and get to the car. We still may have time to capture the man I left gassed at Foley's.
But Jane could think with certainty on only one point, that Mr. Bingley, if he had been imposed on, would have much to suffer when the affair became public.
You understand, Cato, this $100,000 is the property of the stockholders of the old coal company that failed.
Yes, Mr. Bingley. Axford was one of those stockholders. He told me the new company that took over the plant were crooks.
That's right. The stockholders mustn't know that the money comes from me.
I'll take good care of that.
No, not that way. You might run into accident. Take the back door and mail them at the post office.
Delighted to see their dear friend again. Called it ages since they met. Called it
sure
an
through the adjectives in your description of the errors.
There's plenty of brandy in them lines. Maybe he's figuring on marrying the
To the
midget.
rest of the family, they paid little attention.
Oh, she knows, don't she?
Bennet was much
Well, who is she to be controlling a big company the government's liable to be dependent on in case of war?
You don't mean she's really going to control it?
She could if she wanted to. She owns 3/4 of the morning stock. She could make herself chairman of the board and run the whole show. You're right. I want a small chance for a
as if
villain.
eager to escape from Mrs. Bennet's civilities.
What do you mean a chance for a villain?
Well, in the present world situation, aluminum is one of the most important products in the manufacture of war materials.
Of course, but I still don't see.
It's this way. Aluminum Products Incorporated controls the aluminum market. Francis Grayson controls aluminum products. Now, some shrewd, unscrupulous person should get control of Francis Grayson.
Jane pictured to herself a happy evening in
Our
the
first
society
step
of
is
her
to find
two
an
friends
actress
and the
whose
attentions
statue
of
and
her
features
brother.
are sufficiently like
And
those
Elizabeth
of Francis
thought
Grayson
with pleasure of
passed
Darcy
muster after a
great
clever
deal
makeup.
Mr. Wickham, and of seeing a confirmation in everything in Mr. Darcy's look and behaviour.
I know where I can dig up a Jane that's a dead ringer for this Grayson gal.
By Catherine
She's a clever actress.
depended less on any
Her name's
single
Stella
event
Moyer. Never heard
or
of
any
her. She's
particular
famous for
person,
impersonations.
although they each,
With a little makeup, she could deceive Miss Grayson's own mother.
Miss Grayson has
like
no mother,
Elizabeth meant
nor
to
any other
dance
relative.
half the
Fortunately
evening
for
with
us,
Mr. Wickham.
Can
He
this
was
Stella Moyer
by
be
no
trusted?
means the
Stella
only
can be
partner who could
absolutely
satisfy her.
loyal.
And a
She's
ball
paid enough.
was at
Bring her
any
up
rate a
tomorrow by
ball.
private elevator, blindfolded.
And even Mary could assure her family that
Well,
she
anything
had
more?
no distinct
Yeah, this
relation.
Britt Reed seems to have a fifth sense
While
in
I
probing
can
into
have
things that
my
we're
mornings
interested
to
in.
myself, said she.
His editorial in the Sentinel on the death of
I
Grayson
think it is
says
no
in part,
sacrifice to join
The
occasionally.
Sentinel feels sure stockholders will hesitate to entrust leadership of the highly important aluminum products
I profess
company
myself one of
to
those
the
who consider
inexperienced 21-year-old Miss
creation and
Frances
amusement
Grayson, who inherited that executive position from her uncle, Coleman.
Elizabeth's
You had your
spirits
orders
were
to take
so
care of
high
Reed.
on
Why don't you
this
execute
occasion,
it?
Well, he's
though
pretty
she
well
did not
guarded.
often speak
Waiting for a chance to
unnecessarily
do a
to
job that wouldn't
Collins.
implicate us.
She could
It's imperative that you act at once.
Whether he intended to
Guess your hunch about aluminum products was all wrong, boss. Or as I can find out, everything's under control.
All
right, Lowry.
Amusement.
By the way, when does Miss Grayson arrive? She sails from London in about 10 days. Why, does it make any difference? It might.
And was very
Remember that memo book we got from Harper? There was a mention
either
of
from the
Homer Grayson.
Archbishop
That's
or
her father.
Lady Catherine de Bourgh by venturing.
We know that Harper was definitely connected with the crime scene. Here it is. Apparently it's an order from somebody.
By no means of the opinion,
In the event of Homer Grayson's death, consult me before publishing anything about it.
Given by a young man of character.
Boss, who do you think sent Harper that order? I'd give a lot to know. Probably the head of the crime scene.
And I am so far
You want to warn the
objecting
Grayson
to
Company? I
dancing
intend doing that at
myself.
once. I'm going to
That I
call
shall
on
hope
Kenneth
to be
North,
honoured with
Vice
the
President in
hands
charge
of
of
all my
production
fair
out there.
cousins in the
He's an old
course
friend
of
of
the
mine.
evening, and I take this
Oh, tell
opportunity
Oxford
of
to bring his car around in front of the building. Yes.
Miss Elizabeth for the first two
Ken.
dances,
Glad to see you,
especially
Britt.
a
Glad to see you.
preference, which I trust
Oh,
my
this is
cousin
Michael Axford,
Jane
one of my
will attribute
reporters.
the
How do you
right
do? Take a
cause
chair.
and not to
Now,
any
that was a
disrespect.
splendid editorial that you wrote about the death of Mr.
Elizabeth felt
Grayson.
herself
We all
completely taken in.
appreciate
She
it.
had fully
What can I do
proposed
for
being
you?
engaged.
What's going to be the new
Mr.
setup around here
for
when
the
Miss Grayson
very
returns?
dances.
Miss Grayson
And to have Mr. Collins
to the board of
despair,
directors. You
the
hope she wins.
liveliness had never
By golly,
been
you can't
worse.
depend on whim. I
There
knew
was
one
no
once.
help for it, however.
Now tell me, Britt,
Wickham's
what's on your
happiness
mind?
and her own
Well, as you know-
were perforce delayed a little longer, and
All
Mr.
right, Stella,
Collins'
you can take off the bandage.
accepted with as good a grace as she could. She was not the better pleased with this
That's
his
your
gallantry.
blindfold, you all right? I ain't seen a thing
From the
since I got into
idea
that
it
car.
That was
suggested
the intention, Miss
something
Moya,
more.
and you'll be taken away from here in the
It
same
now
manner.
first struck her that she was selected
There is a general
from
resemblance to
among
Miss
her
Grayson.
sisters as worthy of being mistress
where did she get through with her makeup, Chief?
and of assisting
All right,
to
Stella,
form
there's a mirror over there. Here's a picture of
quadrille
Miss
table
Grayson.
at Rosings
It's busy.
in the absence of more eligible visitors.
This'll be easy.
The idea soon reached to conviction as she observed his increasing civilities toward herself and heard his frequent attempt at a compliment on her wit and vivacity. And though more astonished
So, Ken,
than
that's the whole
gratified
story.
herself by this
I
effect
appreciate
of
your
her
interest,
charms,
Britt.
it was
I'm
not
sure that
long
Jason
before
will not
her
take any
mother
active
came to
part in the
understand
operation Cunk.
that the probability
I hope
of their
not.
marriage
Well, if I need help, I'll certainly call in the Sentinel. Goodbye, Mr. Axford. Goodbye.
choose
So
to
long,
take
Ken.
the hint, being well aware that a serious dispute must be the
Perfect, eh,
consequence of any
Very
reply.
good so far as appearances
Mr. Collins
go,
might
but
never make
there's much more to it than that.
until he did.
Miss Grayson, will you please tell this gentleman what you propose to do about Aluminum Products Incorporated?
If there had
Well, I
not
should do
been
nothing
an
about it,
appeal to
really.
prepare for and
What
to
does one do
involve,
about such
the
things?
younger Miss
I should
Bennet
sign some of those.
would have been in a
Is it
very
proxies you call them?
One of our
pitiable
cultured
state
gentlemen will
at this
accompany you to
time.
Liverpool.
For
You
from the
understand
day
what you're
of
to
the
do.
invitation to the day of the
Leave it to
wedding,
me, big boy.
there was
I get in with
such
the
a
Grayson name on
succession
the
of
Study her
rain
voice and so
as
on.
prevented their
Show her how much
walking
you
to
look like.
Meryton
Then I
once.
sell her on the idea of
No
full
one
reporting by
this
swapping
was
places
no
with me with a boat
news
dock.
would be
She's
sought
right,
after.
Logan. The Grayson dame dislikes publicity. Dislikes reporters. She'll be
were
glad for a
gone
chance
by
to trick.
proxy.
Besides that, she's
Even
always ready
Elizabeth,
for an
like,
adventure
had
that
some
promises a
trial of
thrill.
her patience in
I got a
whether
complete
Hitch
record of Miss
totally
Grayson's
suspended
life and
included her
activities.
acquaintance with
Still, I'll
Mr.
be
Wickham,
letter perfect
and
apart
nothing
from the
less
time she
than a dance
returns.
on
Very good.
Tuesday
And if you
could have
succeed,
made
you'll be independently
such
wealthy for
Friday,
life.
Saturday,
If you
Sunday,
fail or
and
try to
Monday
double-cross us,
endure.
the stage will lose a very charming young actress.
Don't worry. I'm not going to let you down. I won't double cross you.
Have a wonderful evening. And we're almost going
Telegram for Miss Grayson. Telegram for Miss Grayson. Miss Grayson. Telegram for Miss Grayson.
I'll take care of Grayson. You find out who's on that stretcher. Okay, I'll meet you at the taxi stand. Right. Just a minute, Miss Grayson. I'd like a word about Aluminum Products Company.
Aluminum product? Is that anyone's business except my own? Let me pass, please.
Thanks for stopping, Marie. I got a swell shot.
Dressed with more than usual some spirits for the happiness of the and subdued his heart. Trusting it was not more than what he wanted.
Who is it, Butterduck?
Miss Moria. Just seasick.
All right, Spartan, we'll take care of her.
Mr. Darcy's pleasure in the invitation to the officers, and though this was not exactly the case, the
Like a little
absolute
snip.
fact of his absence
High and mighty way of telling the world who she is.
Denny
Mr. Reed's office. Just a minute. Mr. Knoll, the Philomena products on the coast.
Right. Hello, Ken. Say, you'll have to speak to that new boss of yours. She treated me like a cub reporter on his first assignment.
Yeah, she's treated me worse than that.
Really? What do you mean?
No, she's trying to take control of the company out of the hands of the board. I think a proxy's over to an attorney named Artist. Have you heard of him?
Never met him. I know there is such a man. It's G.K. Artist, isn't it?
That's the man. I hope maybe you had a line on him.
I don't have now, but I will have by morning.
Thanks, Rita. The control of aluminum products must remain in the hands of the board.
I heartily agree with you. Goodbye.
Was caught by Elizabeth as it assured her that Darcy was
Didn't
not
Lowry an
less
accident?
responsible for Wickham's absence than if her first surmise had been just. Every feeling of displeasure.
I want a line on an attorney by the name of George K. Artist. You know him?
Big shot corporation, plenty of money, company estate.
That's what I want to know. Find out who his connections are. If he's ever been mixed up with a shady deal. In other words, I want the whole note quick.
To make attendance, forbearance, patience with Darcy was injured.
Find out anything about Artist?
One man that the guy is too perfect. He don't smoke, he don't drink, he don't go to barbecue shows. He belongs to the church and he takes up the collection.
That's the trouble. His halo fits him too tight. Even his legal practice is only up and up. There's no clue to any connection between him and that Grayson.
Keep at it.
Was not
Yes, sir.
and though every prospect of her own
What will you do now, Mr. Britton?
I've got to see Frances Grayson.
If she won't talk to you.
Won't talk to Britt Reed, but she'll talk to the Green Hornet. Yes, Cato. Green Hornet goes into action again.
she was soon able to and to point him out to her particular notice.
Good, it's almost perfect. One of us write more quickly, with more confidence.
Why must I go to that darned old
Mr. Collins.
Why can't Artist take a paper he's already signed? He's a corporation lawyer, he can handle it.
Well, they might question the signature, and if they see you sign the documents, there'll be no question. Now try it again, little faster.
Shame and misery, which a disagreeable partner
Cut the motor.
of Darcy's can be. The moment of her release from him was ecstasy. She danced next with an officer and had the refreshment of talking of Wickham.
Be ready for a quick getaway. We're taking Miss Grayson with us.
Why would you do that?
When
To keep her from attending an important board meeting of aluminum products tomorrow.
was in conversation with her when she found herself suddenly addressed by
That's good enough.
Darcy, who took herself
Anderson will
by
be here
surprise
shortly
with his
to give you
application
final
for her
instructions
bag.
about the directors'
Without
meeting.
knowing what she did, she accepted him. He walked
Who
away
that is?
immediately
Anderson
and she
isn't
was left
doomed.
to fret
One of those
over
poor
her own
reporters, I
want
guess.
of presence of
But
mind.
they've got instructions to throw him out.
Tried to console her. I dare say you will find her.
Show me Miss Grayson. What is this? Hold up! I have no time to argue.
That would be the greatest misfortune of all, to find a man agreeable whom one is determined to hate.
Someone there.
Do not wish
Well, let's find out who it is.
when the dancing recommenced.
Who are you? What do you want?
Green Hornet.
Thanks for the introduction. Stand over there. I want to talk to Miss Grayson. Miss Grayson, you talk fast. I want to know why you're placing your uncle's millions in Anderson's hands.
I don't think that that's any of your business.
Where there are millions at stake, it's always the business of the Green Hornet. Miss Grayson, you're going with me.
Oh, kidnapping, eh? Grab the phone. Call Anderson. Call the police. Call it.
You killed him!
In the set. Amazed at the difficulty to which she was arrived. Indeed, Miranda stared opposite to Mr. Darcy and reading in her neighbour's looks their equal.
Did you write that?
Beholding him.
No, yes, of course.
They stood for
My
some
signature.
time.
So you had to practice your own signature,
She
eh?
began to imagine that
Why did you do it?
silence
Well, because I...
was
Don't lie to me.
through the two dances, and at
He made
first
me do
was
it.
resolved
He made you practice the signature of Frances
suddenly
Grayson.
fancy
And who are
it
you?
would be the greater punishment to her partner
Stella Moya.
to him to talk.
Stella Moya,
She
the
made
actress.
some slight
Well,
observation
still the rest
about
of it.
dance. He replied and was again silent.
So Miss Grayson fell
After
for the
a
trick
pause of some
and agreed
minutes,
to
she
come
addressed
ashore
him
on
a
a
second
stretcher.
time with,
There was an
"It is your
ambulance
turn
waiting
to
on
say
the dock.
something now,
Where is
Mr.
Miss
Darcy.
Grayson now?
I talked
She's
about
out
the
at
dance,
Austin
and
Country,
you ought to make some sort
10
of
miles
remark
out on
on the
Morningdale
subject
Road.
of the
And you still don't know the name of the man who employed you?
He smiled.
No,
and
I
assured
tell
her
you.
whatever she
I was
wished
brought
to
to them
say.
blindfolded and taken out the same way. I'd tell you if I
Very
knew.
well, that reply will do
But
for
they
the
said they'd kill me if I did.
Perhaps by
And they
by
will.
I may
They will.
observe that
Take
private
it
balls
easy, take it
are
easy,
not
Miss Maria.
pleasant in public
Sit
balls.
down.
But now we may be silent.
Well, he put you out of mischief for a while.
Do you talk by rule?
Are you all right, sir?
Yes.
Sometimes.
Well, you have to
One
tie
must
up these
speak a
men.
little.
This one here and the one out in the hall.
He
We'll take that one
silent
first.
for half an hour together, and yet for the advantage of some, conversation ought to be so arranged, so
After you've roped them, call the police. Tell them to pick up these people on a charge of conspiracy to defraud the Grayson estate.
Are you consulting
Miss Grayson?
No, that's not Miss Grayson. That's an actress impersonating her. Miss Grayson is a prisoner at the Anderson Country Home.
For I have always seen a great similarity in the turn of our minds. We are each of an unsocial, taciturn disposition, unwilling to speak unless we expect to say something that we may set our hearts to win, and be handed down to posterity with all the proverb. This is no very striking resemblance of your own tale, I'm sure, said he. How near it may be to mine, I cannot pretend to say. You think it a faithful portrait, undoubtedly. I must not decide on my own preference. He made no answer, and they were again silent till they had gone down the dance, when he asked her if she and her sisters did not very often.
Mr. Anderson!
She answered in the affirmative, and unable to resist the temptation, added, "I did not there the other day. We had just been forming a new acquaintance."
What's he doing in this job?
The effect was
I tried to kill him, but he gassed me. I don't know what happened.
His features.
I thought he'd kill Tower, was going to kill me.
Elizabeth,
He found out who I was. Won't they tell what Francis Grayson?
You've got to get to my place quick. All it means to kidnap Miss Grayson, hold her for ransom. If Francis Grayson gets out of our hands now, we're all due for a spell in the bend. We've got to get the horn. Get out of town and stay hidden. Communicate with Tor as soon as it's safe.
He may be equally capable of retaining the place himself. He has been so unlucky as to lose your friendship, provided his good emphasis, and in a manner which he is likely to suffer from all his life. Darcy made no answer, and seemed desirous of changing the subject. At the moment, Sir William Lucas appeared close to them, meaning to pass through the sector inside. Perceiving Mr. Darcy, stopped with a bow of superior courtesy to compliment him on his dancing and his partner. I have been most highly gratified indeed, my dear sir. Such very superior dancing is not often seen. It is evidently belonged to the first service. Allow me to say, however, that your fair partner is
Let me out of here!
and that I must hope to have this pleasure often repeated, especially when a certain desirable event might Sister Bingley shall take place. Congratulations on that. I appeal to Mr. Darcy, but let me not interrupt you, sir.
Quiet. Miss Grayson, you're coming with me.
Bewitching wonders. From the
Never mind who I am. I've come to take you away from these crooks. How many people are there in the house?
I don't know. Two men brought me here in an ambulance.
Some guy in there with the dog.
Yeah,
you're crazy. You're off the beat. I'm telling you, I heard him talking. You sure? Yeah.
The Grayson girl was with him.
His friend seemed to strike him forcibly, and his eyes were directed with a very serious expression.
Step on it, they're after us.
Turned to his partner and said, "Sir William's introduction was
There's a house over there. Come on. There must be somebody there.
The present occupies you in such scenes, doesn't it?
Hello?
Said he with a look of doubt. Yes, knowing what she said, for her thoughts had wandered far from the subject. As soon afterwards,
Well, that looks like the end of the haunted. Don't bet on it. He's hard to kill.
that you hardly ever forgave the resentments of neighbors and peaceable.
Who are you?
You are
I'm known as an outlaw, but I don't want to see the safety of our country jeopardized.
What do you mean?
Those men who were holding you were...
If they've escaped, we'll never find them in this storm! Look! There's a light! They take Festus to that house! I'll investigate. You stay with the car. Yeah!
Tomorrow morning, your impersonator would have signed away your rights to Aluminum Products Company and possibly endangered the country.
Whoever you are, I owe you money.
All right, Hornet. You've interfered for the last time.
And I could wish Miss Bennet that he were not to sketch my character because there is reason to fear that the performance will reflect no credit on her. But if I do not take your likeness now, I may never have another opportunity. I may suspend the pleasure of She said no more, and they went down the other dance in silence, and on each side was satisfied. Let me recommend you have acted as a friend, not to give implicit confidence to all his assertions. For as to Mr. Darcy using it as perfectly false, on the contrary, his memory has always been remarkably kind to him. Though George Wickham has treated Mr. Darcy in a most infamous manner, I do not know that he considers, though I know very well that Mr. Darcy is not going to use the word. That I can bear the word as recommended, and that though my brother
Who are you?
I'm known as an outlaw, but I don't want to see the safety of our country jeopardized.
What do you mean?
Those men who were holding you were...
If they've escaped, we'll never find them in this storm! Look! There's a light! They take Festus to that house! I'll investigate. You stay with the car. Yeah!
Tomorrow morning, your impersonator would have signed away your rights to Aluminum Products Company and possibly endangered the country.
Whoever you are, I owe you my life.
All right, Hornet. You've interfered for the last time.
Are you all right?
How did you get here?
I followed in your car. I found it at the house from which you took the girl.
Good work.
You've saved my life. Who are you?
Your life was in no danger. Those men were using you to gain control of the Aluminum Products Company.
So that's why they were holding me.
Yes, and you played right into their hands when you allowed another girl to impersonate you.
I see that now. But tell me, what should I do now?
Your company produces aluminum, a most essential metal. You must allow the control of the company to remain in the present board of directors. They are responsible, patriotic men interested in the welfare of our country.
Why, I never even thought of change control.
Good. Don't let anyone persuade you to do so.
You can depend on that. Not after what I've gone through.
Another thing, don't tell the press anything that has happened since you returned from Europe.
I certainly shan't.
And forget you ever met me. And now, Miss Grayson, we will take you home.
The honor of his friend, and is perfectly convinced.
I'm glad you escaped. We'll miss Austin. It doesn't mention the Green Hornet or the Grayson girl. I'd like to know what happened to them.
Has received. And
yes?
I'm sorry to say, by his
Put him
account
on.
as well as his sister.
Yes, all right, what is it?
Mr. Wickham.
Oh, she is, eh? All right, you get back here as soon as you can.
He has been very
Soldier reports that the Grayson girl is back in her own home.
Take it there, of course, for the Green Hornet who wants to cut in the millions.
It's uncanny the way he senses our plans and disrupts.
He's outspotted us at every turn.
And there's no excuse for it. We have unlimited resources, a hired army of fighters, and yet single-handed, the Green Hornet's too much for us.
You sure messed up our aluminum products deal.
Not altogether. I'm working on another angle to get control of that company.
What is it?
Striking at them through Home Electric, the company from which they buy their power.
I get it. Without light and power, they're licked.
Then Frank has been making an undercover investigation of Home Electric law.
Mr. Bingley's defense of his friend was a very
What have you accomplished?
Well, for one thing, I found that the franchise Home Electric has been operating under for years is a trick closet. What is it? If Home Electric fails to serve power for a period of 24 hours, the franchise is null and void.
24 hours. Shouldn't be difficult to put them out of business for that long.
Then our Triple State Electric Company can take over the franchise.
Right, and after that happens, service we furnish aluminum products won't do them any good. What else did you find out?
Found a guard at the plant by the name of DeLuca. I know his record and I got plenty on him. He'll do anything we want, and quite reasonably.
Contact DeLuca at once. Locate a reliable man who understands electricity and can handle explosives. We'll close out Home Electric immediately.
He had just been so fortunate as to make
I'm telling you, Reed, this trouble they're having at the Home Electric plant is the work of foreign agents.
I think you're right, Michael. We've already published rumors to that effect. What more can we do?
People wake up and realize what's going on all around them.
Take more than rumors to wake up people, won't it, Kate?
Certainly will. Most people, sabotage is just something they read about in the paper.
And do nothing about until it lands with a wallop. Michael, dig up the facts in the Home Electric case and we'll print them.
Sure, and I've been out to try to dig them up. But this President Marsden of Home Electric is just a big put. Says I to him, put one good Irish cop like myself in your plant, and he'll round up them foreign agents in no time.
Did he offer you the job?
He did not. He ordered me out of his office.
Yes, I know. He called me about it. He's on his way over here now.
You're not going to introduce yourself to Mr. Darcy, did I?
Boss, I got the lowdown on that blackout the Home Electric plant last night.
All right, let's have it. 3 emergency switches were pulled, and the overload burned out 1,000 feet of cable and a whole flock of pole transformers. I thought the switches were kept locked.
They are, but somebody fouled the lock.
Did the Home Electric people make any statement?
No, not even after I told them that the stockholders were complaining to our
Darcy
paper.
would consider his addressing him without introduction as an impertinent freedom rather than a compliment to his aunt.
I'm here to see Mr. Reed.
Least necessary that there should be any notice on either side, and that if it were, it must belong to Mr. Darcy.
Yes, Kate.
Superior
Mr. Marsden's here.
Send him in. Okay, boy.
Mr. Collins listened to her with the determined air of following his own inclination, and when she ceased speaking, replied,
How do you do?
I'll show you in.
Thank you.
I have not the highest opinion in the world. I have the highest opinion in the world of you in your excellent judgment in all matters within the scope of your understanding. But permit me to say that there must be a wide difference between the established forms of ceremony amongst the laity and those which regulate the clergy. For give me leave to observe that I consider the clerical office as equal in point of dignity with the highest rank in the kingdom, provided that a proper humility of behavior is at the same time maintained. You must therefore allow me to follow the dictates of my conscience on this occasion, which leads me to perform what I look on as a point of duty. Pardon me for neglecting to profit by your advice, which on every other subject shall be my constant guide, though in the case before us I consider myself more fitted by education and habitual study to decide on what is right than a young lady like yourself. And with a low bow, he left her to attack Mr. Darcy, whose reception of his advances she eagerly watched, and whose astonishment at being so addressed was very evident. Her cousin prefaced his speech with a solemn bow, and though she could not hear a word of it, she felt as if hearing it all, and saw in the motion of his lips the word origin, and Huntsford, and Lady Catherine de Bourgh. It vexed him to see him excited on what is right, that a young lady like Mr. Darcy was eyeing him with unrestrained wonder, and when at last Mr. Collins allowed him time to speak, replied with an air, and with a low bow he left me to attack Mr. Darcy. whose reception of his lips the word origin. And Mr. Darcy, and when at last it was increasing with the length of Mr. Collins allowed him, and at the end of it, he replied with an air, and with a low bow and ability to attack Mr. Darcy, whose reception of his lips the word origin. And Mr. Darcy, and when at last it was increasing with the length of Mr. Collins allowed him, and at the end of it, he replied with an air, and with a low bow and ability to attack Mr. Darcy, whose reception of his lips the word and Mr. Darcy, and when at last it was really a very handsome thought. Upon the whole, I am much pleased with him. As Elizabeth had no longer any interest in her of her own to pursue, she turned her attention almost entirely on her sister, Mr. Bingley. And the train of agreeable reflections which her observations gave birth to made her perhaps almost as happy as Jane. She saw her in ideas settled in that very house, in all the felicity which a marriage of true affection could bestow, and she felt capable under such circumstances of endeavouring even to like Bingley's two sisters. Her mother's thoughts she plainly saw were bent in the same way, and she determined not to mention near her lest she might hear too much. When they sat down to supper, therefore, she considered it most unlucky perverseness which placed them within one of each other. And deeply was she vexed to find that her mother was talking to that one person, Lady Lucas, freely, openly, and of nothing else but her expectation that Jane would soon be married to Mr. Bingley. It was an animating subject, and Mrs. Bennet seemed incapable of fatigue by enumerating the advantages of the match. His being such a charming young man and so rich and living but 3 miles from him were the first points of self-gratulation. And then it was such a comfort to think how fond the two sisters were of Jane, and to be certain that they must desire the connection as much as she could. It was such a promising thing.
The history of the royal family of Hyrule is also the history of the calamity Ganon,
and lastly,
a primal evil that has endured over the ages.
Daughters to the care of their sister, that she might not be obliged to go into company with such a matter. It was necessary to make this circumstance a matter of pleasure, because on such occasions it is the etiquette that no one was less likely to be better to find comfort and stay home at any time. She concluded with many good wishes that Lady Lucas might soon be equally fortunate, though evidently no chance of it. In vain did Elizabeth endeavour to check the repetition of her mother's words forcefully describing or to her inexpressible apprehension to conceive that the chief of it was over her son Darcy, who sat opposite her.
No recollection of me.
Her mother only scolded
I think you are now ready to hear what happened 100 years ago.
That I should be afraid of him. I am sure he only knows a degree of civility as to be obliged to say nothing may not like to hear. He said that I was below her, that father you will never recognize
everything I've done up until now. It was all for nothing.
Nothing that she could say, however, had any influence. Her mother would talk of her views in the same intelligible tone. Elizabeth loved to laugh at them. Frequently glancing her eyes at Darcy, though every glance convinced her what she was afraid. Although he was not always looking at her mother, she was convinced that his attention was
You must save her, my daughter.
The expression of his face changed gradually to a composed and steady gravity. At length, however, Mrs. Bennet had no more to say, and Lady Lucas, who had been long yawning at the repetition of delights which she saw no likelihood of sharing, was left to the comforts of cold ham and chicken. Elizabeth now began to revive. But not long was the interval of tranquillity, for when supper was over, singing was talked of, and she had the mortification of seeing Mary, after very little entreaty, preparing to oblige the company.
By many significant looks and silent entreaties did she endeavor to prevent such a proof of complaisance. But in vain, Mary would not understand them. Such an opportunity of exhibiting... Someone's having a delivery. Mary would not understand them. Such an opportunity of exhibiting was delightful to her, and she began the song. Elizabeth's eyes were fixed on her with most painful sensations, and she watched her progress. Sorry, the trucks. And she watched her progress through the several stanzas with an impatience which was very ill-rewarded at their close. For Mary, on receiving, amongst the thanks of the table, the hint of a hope that she might be prevailed on to favour them again, after the pause of half a minute began another. Mary's power to find her for such a display. Her voice was weak and her manner affected. Elizabeth was afraid. She looked at Jane to see how she bore it. But Jane was very kind. Thinking, she looked at his two sisters and saw that they were resigned to derision of each other. And at Darcy, she looked at her father to entreat his interference, lest Mary should be singing all night. He took the hint, and when Mary had finished the second song, said aloud, "That is really well tuned. You have to write it as wrong. Let the other young ladies have time to use it." Mary, though pretending not to hear, was somewhat disconcerted, and Elizabeth sorry for her father's speech, was afraid of her anxiety.
The history of the royal family of Hyrule is also the history of the Calamity Ganon, a primal evil that has endured over the ages.
Nor could I think well of the man who should omit an occasion of testifying his respect. It's a really long chapter towards anybody connected with the family. And Mr. Collins talks about and what about he concluded his speech, which had been spoken so loud as we heard from the room. No one looked more amused than Mr. Bennet himself, while his wife seriously commended Mr. Collins for having spoken so sensibly, and observed in a half-whisper to me, to Elizabeth, it appeared that, had her family been able to expose themselves as much as they could during the evening, it would have been impossible to
The history of the royal family of Hyrule is also the history of the Calamity Ganon, a primal evil that has endured over the ages.
bothers me that you have no recollection of me, however. I think you are now ready to hear what happened 100 years ago.
Everything I've done up until now, it was all for nothing.
Here it comes! You must save her, my daughter.
And by so doing, through a languor, somebody tell me how to say it. Languor. Who's that? Why can't say it? Nobody knows.
Open your eyes.
And by doing so, through a languor over the whole party, which was very little relieved by the long speeches of Mr. Collins, Mr. Bingley and his sisters on the elegance of their on the elegance of their entertainment and the hospitality and politeness which had marked their Darcy said nothing at all. Mr. Bennet, in equal silence, was enjoying the scene. Mr. Bingley and Jane were standing together, a little detached from the rest, and talked only to each other. Elizabeth preserved as steady a silence as silence as hers for Miss Bingley. And even Lydia was too much fatigued to utter more than an occasional exclamation of, "Lord, how tired I am!" accompanied by a violent yawn. When at length they arose to take leave, Mrs. Bennet was most pressingly civil in her hope of seeing the whole family soon at Longbourn, and addressed herself especially to Mr. Bingley to assure him how happy he would make them by eating a family dinner with them at any time, without the ceremony of a formal invitation. Bingley was all grateful pleasure, and he readily engaged for taking the earliest opportunity of waiting on her. After his return from London, whither he was obliged to go the next day for a short time. Mrs. Bennet was perfectly satisfied and quitted the house under the delightful persuasion that, allowing for the necessary preparations of settlements, new carriages, and wedding clothes, she should undoubtedly see her daughter settled at Netherfield in the course of 3 or 4 months. Of having another daughter married to Mr. Collins, she thought with equal certainty, and with considerable, though not equal pleasure. Elizabeth was the least dear to her of all her children, and though the man and the match were quite good enough for her, the worth of each was eclipsed by Mr. Bingley and Netherfield. All right. Bye. Go walk. Thank you guys for being here.
His leave of absence extended only to the following Saturday, and having no feelings of diffidence to make it distressing to himself even at the moment, he set about it in a very orderly manner, with all the observances which he supposed a regular part of the business.
"Excuse me, would you mind if we share this
Mrs. Bennet, Elizabeth, and one of the younger girls together soon after breakfast, he addressed the mother in these words: "May I, madam, for your interest with your fair daughter Elizabeth, When I solicited for the honour of a private audience with her in the course of this morning, before Elizabeth had time for anything but a blush of surprise, Mrs. Bennet answered instantly,
You must chew your food.
Certainly.
Animals have secretions in their stomachs which enable them to
I'm sure she can have no objection. But come, Kitty, I want you
before they swallow it down. A well-cooked meal has many delicate flavors that have to help them out for appreciation, not just go down. So chew. Don't you want to give your salivary glands a chance to function?
Mother, I've not enjoyed one bite of this dinner because of your constant directions on how to eat it. It's you that make me rush through meals with your hawk-like attention to every bite I take. It's disgusting. All this talk about salivary glands, animal secretions, mastication.
Temperament, like a metropolitan star. You aren't excused from this table.
I'm getting a cigarette.
You smoke too much. Mother, I'll bring in the coffee. No, you sit down. I'm going to leave the house for the day, and you're going to be the lady. I am already up. Resume your seat. You should just early, or the gentleman callers. I'm not expecting any gentlemen callers. Well, the nice thing about them is they come when they're least expected. I remember one Sunday afternoon in Blue Mountain when your mother was a girl.
I know what's coming now.
But let her tell it.
Again?
She loves to tell it. I remember one Sunday afternoon in Blue Mountain when your mother was a girl, she received 17 gentlemen callers. While sometimes there weren't chairs enough to accommodate them all, and we had to send the houseboy over to the parish house to fix the folding chairs.
How did you entertain all those gentlemen calls?
Well, I happen to understand the art of conversation.
I bet you could talk.
Well, I could. All the girls in my day could, I tell you.
Yes?
They knew how to entertain their gentlemen callers. It wasn't enough for a girl to be possessed of a pretty face and a graceful figure. Although I wasn't slighted in other respects. She was so needed to have a nimble wit and a tongue to meet all occasions.
What did you talk about?
Well, we talk about things of course going on in the world. Never anything common, of course. My callers were gentlemen. Some of the most prominent men on the Mississippi Delta, planters, sons of planters. There was young Champ Laughlin. He later became vice president of the Delta Planters Band. And Adler Stevenson. He was drowned in Moon Lake. My goodness, he certainly left his widow well provided for $150,000 in government bonds. And the Goutreau brothers, where's that? And Bates. Bates was one of his bright particular folks. But he got in a quarrel with that wild Wainwright boy, and they shot it out on the floor of Moon Lake Casino. Bates was shot through the stomach and died in an ambulance on his way to Memphis. He certainly left his widow well provided for, too. 8 to 10,000 acres, no less. He never loved that woman. She just caught him on the rebound. My picture was found on him the night he died. Oh, and that boy. That every girl in the Delta was simply setting up out for. That beautiful, brilliant young Fitzhugh boy from Greene County.
What did he leave his widow?
What's the matter with you? You talk as old mountain fires and turned up their toast to the daisies.
Isn't this the first you've mentioned that still survives?
They don't got him. Went north to Wall Street, made a fortune. He had the Midas touch. Everything that boy touched just turned to gold. And I could have been Mrs. Jane Duncan Fitzhugh Mindley. But what did I do? I just went out of my way and picked your father. Mother, let me clear the table. No. You go inside. Study your typewriter chart or practice your shorthand a little. Stay fresh and pretty. It's almost time for our gentlemen callers to start arriving. How many do you think we're going to entertain this evening? I don't believe that we're going to be receiving any. Gentlemen caller. Why, you must be joking. What's the matter? Has there been a flood or a tornado or something? It's not a flood and it isn't a tornado. I'm just not popular like you were in Blue Mountain, Mother. Mother's afraid that I'm going to be an old maid. I know. You were just practicing your typing, I suppose. Deception, deception, deception. How was the DAR meeting? DAR meeting? Didn't you go to the DAR meeting? No, I didn't go to the DAR meeting. I didn't have the strength. I didn't have the courage. I just wanted to find a hole in the ground and fall in it and stay there for the rest of my entire life. Why are you doing that? Why? How old are you, Laura? Mother, you know my age. I was under the impression that you were an adult, but evidently I was very much mistaken. Please don't stare at me, Mother. What is going to become of us? What is the future? Something happened. Yeah, something. I'll be all right because I'm just by love. Love. I wish you would tell me what's happening. I went to the DA office this afternoon, as you know. I was to be inducted as an officer. I stopped by at Rubicam Business College to tell them about your cold and ask how you were progressing down there. Oh, yes. Oh. I went straight to your typing instructor and introduced myself to your mother. She didn't even know who you were. Anything she said, you don't have any such scholar enrolled in this school. I showed her she did. I said, my daughter-in-law has been coming to classes here since early January. Well, I don't know, she said, unless you mean that terribly shy and who dropped out of school after 2 days. No, I said, I don't mean her. I mean my daughter Laura, who's been coming here every single day for the past 6 weeks. Excuse me, she said. And she took down the attendance book. And there was your name. Unmistakable. And all the dates we've been absent. I still told her she was wrong. I still said there must have been some mistake. There must have been some mix-up in the record. No, she said, no, I remember that better now. She was so shy, and her hands trembled, so that her fingers couldn't touch the right keys. When we gave a speed test, she just broke down completely, was sick at the stomach, and had to be carried to the washroom. After that, she never came back. We telephoned the house every single day, but we never got any answer. That was while I was working all day long. I was close down to that department store demonstrating those. Oh. I felt so weak I couldn't stand up. I had to sit down while they got me a glass of water. $50 tuition. I don't care about the money so much. But all my hopes for any kind of future for you going up the spout. Just going up the spout. Like, don't do that, Laura. Don't play that big roll up. What have you been doing every day when you're going out of the house pretending that you were going to Rubicam's business college? Oh, I've just been going out. Well, that's not true. It's not. I'll just be walking. Deliberately caught pneumonia in that light coat. Where did you walk to, Laura? All sorts of places, mostly in the park. Even after you started catching that cold. With the lesser of two evils, Mother, I couldn't go back. I threw up on the floor. From 7:30 till after 5 every day. You mean to tell me you walked around in the park because you wanted to make me think that you were going to Rubicam Business College? It wasn't as bad as it sounds. I'm going to sell places together. Inside. Now, wait a minute. to the tears. And you did all that to just see it. Just once. Do you disagree? How do you get that off of something into your face? But your cheek is moving. What are we going to do now, honey, the rest of our lives? Just sit down in this house and watch the parades go by and lose ourselves with a glass menagerie. Play those worn-out records your father left us as a painful reminder of him. You can't have a business career. No, you can't have that. That just gives us indigestion. What is there left for us now? But dependence on all our lives. My goodness, Laura. Haven't you ever liked some boys? Yes. Came across this picture a while ago. You gave this picture to him? Yes. It was in the yearbook. Oh, our high school. Yeah. Here he is. In the Pirates of Prejudice. The what? We've operated the senior class. Yeah. I sat across the aisle on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We went. Here he is, with a silver cup for debating. See his grin? So he had a grin, too. He used to call me Blue Roses. Blue Roses? What do they call you a silly name like that for? I was out sick with pleurosis. When I came back, he asked me what the matter was, and I said, I have pleurosis. You know, I said Blue Roses. Well, that's what they always called me after that. Every time he saw me, he'd say, hello, Blue Roses. I didn't care much for the group that he went out with him in Rosbach. And there was the best dressed girl at Solvin, but it never struck me that she was sincere. I read in the paper once that they were engaged. A long time ago, they probably married by now. It's all right, honey. That's all. Doesn't matter. Little girls who aren't cut out for business careers sometimes end up married to very nice young men. And I'm just going to see to it that you do that, too. Mother, what is it now? Don't say that word. How many times have I told you never to say that word? You're not crippled. You just got a slight defect, that's all. If you lived in the days when I was a girl, they had long, graceful skirts sweeping the ground. It might even have been considered an asset. When you got a slight disadvantage like that, you just got to cultivate something else to take its place. You got to cultivate charm. Oh, vivacity. Oh, charm. That's the only thing your father had plenty of. Charm.
After the fiasco at Rubicam's Business College, the idea of getting a gentleman caller for my sister Laura began to play a more and more important part in my mother's calculations. It became an obsession. Late that winter, realizing that extra money would be needed to properly feather the nest, she began a vigorous campaign on the telephone, roping in subscribers for one of those magazines for matrons called the Homemaker's Companion.
Ida Scott? This is Amanda. Winfield. We missed you at the DAR last night. First I want to know, how's your sinus condition? You're just a Christian martyr, that's what you are. You're just a Christian martyr. I was going through my little red book, and I saw that your subscription to the Companion is about to expire just when that wonderful new serum by Besame Harper's starting. It's the first thing she's written since Honeymoon for 3. Now that was unusual, wasn't it? Ida, this one is even lovely. It's all about the horses that are Long Island. And this Davidon is thrown from her horse while taking him over the jumps at the garden. Her spine is injured. That's what the horse did, is stepped on her. Now, there's only one surgeon in the entire world that can keep her from being completely paralyzed. And that's the man she's engaged to be married to. And he's tall, and he's blonde, and he's handsome. Well, that's unusual, too, huh? Oh, you're not kidding. He has the most terrible weakness in the entire world. He just drinks too much. What? Oh, no, honey, don't let him burn. You just go take a look nothing and I'll hold on. Ida? Why, that woman. Do you know what she did? She hung up on me. Oh, so he is.
What are you up to now?
I'm going to see your eyes. That one pair of eyes have to take care of them. Oh, I know the milking was behind the room, but that's not what made my genius.
Mother, please go away and let me finish writing.
I had to sit up straight so your stool don't stick through like sparrows' wings.
Mother, please go busy yourself with something else.
I've seen medical, and I know what that position does to your internal organs. You sit up straight now, show me. Your stomach press against your lungs. Your lungs press against your heart. And that poor little heart gets discouraged because it hasn't got any room left to go on beating for you.
What in Christ's name?
Don't answer me like that. What's the matter with you? You've gone out of your senses.
I have, it's true. You've driven me out.
What's the matter with you lately, you big idiot?
I've got no single thing in my life here that I can call my own. Yesterday you confiscated my books.
Yes, I did. I took that horrible novel back to Doctor and that awful book by that insane Mr. Lawrence. I cannot control alcohol and disease mind or people who cater to them. I don't allow such filth in my house. No.
House? Who pays rent on this house? Who makes a slave?
Don't you dare talk to me like that.
Oh, no, I mustn't say anything. I've just got to keep quiet, let you do all the talking.
Now, let me tell you.
I don't want to hear anymore.
You will, young.
Well, I'm not going to listen.
I'm not going to listen to you, John Winfield. I'm tired of your impudence, and another thing, I'm right at the end of my life.
What do you think I'm at the end of, Mother? Aren't I supposed to have any patience to reach the end of it? Oh, I know. It seems unimportant to you. What I'm doing, what I want to do, having a little difference between them.
I think you're doing things that you're ashamed of, and that's why you act like this. I don't believe that you go every night to movies. Nobody goes to movies night after night. Nobody in his right mind goes to movies as often as you pretend to. People don't go to the movies at nearly midnight, and movies don't let out at 2 a.m. Come and stumbling mutters yourself like a maniac, get 3 hours sleep, and then go to work. Oh, I can picture how you're doing down there, smoking, doping, because you're in no condition.
That's true. That's very, very true. I'm in no condition.
How dare you jeopardize your job? How dare you jeopardize our security?
Look,
How do you think we manage?
You think I'm crazy about the warehouse? You think I'm in love with the Continental shoemakers? You think I want to spend 55 years of my life down there in that cellar catching interior? With fluorescent tubes? Honest to God, I'd rather somebody picked up a crowbar, batted out my brains and go back on it. But I don't. Every time you come in yelling that goddamn rise and shine, I think to myself, how dead people are. But I get up. I go. Every morning, I get up for $65 a month. I give up everything I dream of doing and being out. And you think this? Why, listen to myself was all I ever thought of. I'd be where he is. Gone. As far as the system of transportation reaches. Don't grab it!
I just want to know where you're going.
I'm going to.
Don't be that line.
I'm going to William Dick. Yeah, William Dick. Then the blacks, criminals hang out, mother. I've joined the Hogan gang. I'm a hired assassin. I'll carry a town around in a violin case. I run a string of cat houses down in the valley. They call me Killer. Killer Wingfield. I'm really leading a double life. By day, I'm a simple, honest warehouse worker, but at night, I'm a dynamic czar of the underworld, mother. I go to gambling casinos. I spin away fortunes on the roulette table. I wear a patch over one eye, false mustache. Sometimes I put on green whiskers. On those occasions, they call me El Diablo. Oh, I could tell you things that would make you sleepless. My enemies are planning to dynamite this place. They're gonna blow us all sky high sometime. I'll be glad, very happy. So will you. Oh, up on a broomstick high over Blue Mountain with 17 gentlemen calling, "You ugly, babbling old witch!" Such as pouring water back and forth between two pitchers. First it turned into wine, and then it turned into beer. Man. No, it was whiskey. It turned into whiskey. We needed something. Now. Both shoulders. It was he was very generous about it. He gave me this. This is his man. Get me out of this 2x4 situation. What are you shushing me for?
Who in hell ever got himself out of one without moving one?
Rise and shine. Solitary battle all these years, but use your right hand power. Don't fail me. Don't fall down. Right. Just keep my hand bound, see? We just pull it naturally down. Both our children are there. They're very precious children. I have no lot to be thankful for. You just can't promise me.
What's that?
Promise me you're never going to become a drunkard.
That you should not be able to see your friends before they leave the country. may have had earlier than she is aware, and that the delightful intercourse you have known as friends will be renewed with yet greater satisfaction as sisters. Mr. Bingley will not be detained in London by her. Caroline decidedly says that none of the party will return to Hertford.
Well, that was their episode.
Many of my acquaintances are already there for the winter.